Chapter 6:27. Wait. Turn this way. Shortly after the Passat entered the village road, Taisetsu asked Big Head to turn in another direction, not the road to his ex-wife's village. Big Head was stunned. Brother Ja, why are you still going there at this time? Aren't you worried about your sister-in-law, your ex-wife? Taisetsu shook his head and said indifferently, Do you think Xiao Yuqing is really a god? Do you think he dares to mess around in broad daylight? Don't worry. Tingting's old man is dying. Relatives are gathering there. Nothing will happen during the day. That's fine. It didn't take long for Big Head's Passat to stop next to a reservoir surrounded by mountains. Big Head didn't get out of the car. Taisetsu asked him to wait in the car. Taisetsu took the things he bought from the village snack shop and went down the path to the edge of the reservoir. This reservoir was built a long time ago. How deep was the water? Probably no one was willing to try. But every year, people from nearby villages came to this place to swim privately and drowned. The government put a cordon around the reservoir, but it still couldn't stop the bold people. Taisetsu finally stepped over the cordon wire and came to an indented sand next to the reservoir. He squatted down at the edge of the water and silently took out the things he bought in the plastic bag. A few small bread. Taisetsu stacked these up and took out a bundle of incense from the bag. He pulled out a few sticks and closed his eyes to pray a few times. Then he inserted them. It's not a good thing, but I'll eat it. It's better than the cold fish below. Daz sat cross-legged next to him and smoked by himself, but his ears were buzzing. Brother Ja, I have no way. I really have no way. If I can't raise enough money, Sang Kuan will kill me. He will really kill me. How many times have I told you? Don't go to Sang Kuan's stall to gamble. Are you crazy? Don't you know what kind of place it is? It's a place that eats people without spitting out the bones. How would I know? The dealer told me that I can get the money from the stall and split it equally with us. Brother Ja, my wife is about to give birth and my dad is in the hospital. I plan to gamble. I didn't expect them to cooperate to cheat me. Stop talking. I don't want you to listen to these things. Let me ask you. You kidnapped other people's child. Do you feel guilty? You also said that your wife is about to give birth and you are about to be a father. Your child is your child a child and others' child is not a child? And you guys, these guys, you helped him kidnap child's abduct? If I hadn't asked along, were you planning to keep it a secret from me and pretend that nothing happened? Do you still think I exist? We can't help it, Cheese. Little Tiger owes us too much. Even if we want to, we can't. Yeah, if it weren't for Sang Kuan forcing us to do this, we wouldn't do it either. You don't know. Sang Kuan brought people to Xiao, whose house a few days ago, and made a scene. He said that if he didn't pay back the money, he would have no son. Xiao, whose wife was so scared that she almost had a miscarriage. Where is she now? In the hospital, the fetus is temporarily saved, but she doesn't want to see me now. You deserve it. Brother Ja, what about this matter? Don't even think about it. You have to send this child back. I will think of a way to deal with Sang Kuan. I will talk to him tonight. Brother Ja, why don't you not go? You said that you won't care about this matter and will wash your hands. Sister-in-law is such a good person. You will be involved in this muddy water. Besides, this child's father, Lin Qinggong, is a businessman. He opened a clothing factory and has a lot of money. He won't make it public if we ask for 500,000 yuan. We will be fine as long as we are careful. No. I said no, that means no. You send the child back immediately and go find Sang Kuan now. Do you hear me? Yes, yes. Suddenly there was a stab of pain. Taisetsu quivered. The cigarette but had unknowingly burned to his finger. The burning pain made him shrink back instinctively. Taisetsu sighed. He didn't know when the sky became gloomy, as if it was going to rain. Just as he was about to leave, the calm water surface in front of him suddenly shook. Circles of water ripples spread from different places, intertwining, canceling, intertwining, canceling. The water began to agitate, faster and more intense. There was a sharp child's laughter all around. It came in bursts, front, back, left, right, all directions, sometimes far, sometimes near. As if something passed by behind him, Taisetsu suddenly looked back, only to see a small figure flash by. Then it was on his left, on his right, and back again. Daz couldn't see clearly all the time. He could only see this small back that flashed by. Gurgle, gurgle. The sound of the water in the reservoir became louder and louder. Taisetsu's whole body was cold, and his heart was beating fast. He looked at the water surface again. He saw that from the dark green reservoir water, a stream of water slowly emerged, elongated, changed shape, and became clear. A small water figure was floating on the water surface. Round eyes, round mouth, quiet, quiet. Taisetsu subconsciously took a step back. Instinctively, he took a step back. The terrifying little person in front of him suddenly waved its hands. The dark green water around it seemed to have a life of its own, turning into thousands of arms, layer by layer, covering the sky. These arms grabbed Taisetsu's arms, legs, body, neck. His whole body was submerged in these water arms. In an instant, he couldn't breathe in these water arms. A large amount of cold liquid poured into his nose, mouth, eyes, all the pores on his body. Little by little, he was dragged into the water by these horrifying arms. Who? Huh. Taisetsu grabbed his neck with both hands, gasping for fresh air, and knelt on the wet sand ground. The burning incense next to him was almost burned to the bottom, but the reservoir in front of him was still calm. He was still sitting in the same place and didn't move at all. Taisetsu took a deep breath, as if he was used to this horrible experience, stood up silently and left silently. When Daz climbed over the cordon and climbed onto the road, Big Head was unbuttoning his pants to urinate under the tree next to him. Big Head heard the movement and turned his head. Brother Je, I have just woken up. You took so long. You don't look so good. Big Head. Taisetsu suddenly looked at Big Head with a serious look. What? Taisetsu was silent for a while, shook his head and said, Don't go to the reservoir to play with water. Big Head was taken aback. Am I crazy? If I want to play with water, why don't I go to the pool? There are so many women. Let's drive. It's not dark yet. It's time to eat. Grandma Xiaochun walked out with a smile on her face, holding a bowl of taro braised pork. There were 2 tables in the living room, and then newspapers were placed on the coffee table. A temporary table was put together. There were a total of 3 tables, all of which were already full. The young among the old forced a smile. Yen, PS1. Many people are asking which hole has not been filled, how many holes have been filled, why the little butterfly doesn't come out, and so on. Then I will explain the timeline. PS2. First of all, Boss Luo became the boss around March or April, then after the summer vacation, and then the Golden Week. The online gaming incident after the Golden Week was less than a month. At present, the old timeline is probably between November and December. So, the little butterfly hid underground to evolve for 3 or 4 months. Chapter 6:28. On the village road, the door of Grandma Xiaochun's house was open, and the light shone out. After sunset, there was still a glimmer of light in the sky. An old man walked slowly with a basket on his back. He lived in the row of old houses. The old man looked curiously at the open door and saw the people in the room. He also saw Grandma Xiaochun with a rosy face. He was stunned. Most old people knew their destiny. The closer they got to the other side, the clearer it was. Old Nio, you came back from fishing? Grandma Xiaochun walked to the door and smiled at the old man with a basket on his back. Ah, Aunt Chun, why are you? Old Nio seemed to realize something. Grandma Xiaochun smiled and said, Come in and have a meal. You live alone, so you don't have to go back and cook by yourself. Come, come. Looking at Grandma Xiaochun, old Nio nodded silently. He stepped over the threshold and saw the people in the living room. Was she sad? Old Nio was also sad. As he got older, Everyone he knew, laughed with, quarreled with, went to the field and made rice cakes together would leave. Maybe he would be the next one. So old Neo looked at Xiao Chun's children and grandchildren, whose smiles were ugly even if they squeezed out, "Then this old man will have a meal? Come, Luo Shan, Luo Ming, bring some white wine over. Uncle Neo, sit down." Luo Shan quickly made room for old Neo to sit down. Grandma Xiao Chun had already taken out a bottle of wine from the cabinet in the living room. She smiled and said, "Old Neo, drink more. I am still waiting for you to sing a play." After drinking a few times, old Neo picked up a peanut and put it in his mouth to chew. He squinted his eyes and pondered. After a while, old Neo sang a Qinhuai folk tune that had been passed down. The children did not understand and were not interested. They clamored to watch TV. The older ones did not dare to make a sound, but they also felt depressed. Luo Shan's eyes turned red as he listened because his wife's eyes turned red first. Luo Shan's eldest brother, who was also Grandma Xiao Chun's eldest son, held a small wine glass and a bottle of white wine. He remembered that when he was very young, an opera troupe came to the village. Most of them were like this, immersed in the memories of the past. Only Grandma Xiao Chun was holding her youngest granddaughter, who was only 2 years old. She gently patted the child's back and put her face on the little granddaughter's red face from time to time. After all, he was the youngest child and had fallen asleep a long time ago. Grandma Xiao Chun squinted her eyes and smiled, as if she was saying that this child was very obedient. "I need to take a call." Luo San suddenly picked up the phone and whispered to her mother. She then stood up and walked away while pointing at the phone in her hand. However, the moment she stepped out of the door, she couldn't help but cover her mouth. She ran out of the yard and squatted there alone. But she realized that she could not do this, so she quickly wiped her eyes and stood up. Only then did she see that someone was already sitting on the low wall by the side of the field. When Luo San finally realized that Luochio had disappeared from everyone's sight not long after they started eating. At the same time, no one seemed to have noticed it. "What are you doing here?" Luo San approached and said in a nasal voice. Luochio glanced at Luo San, took out a pack of tissues from his clothes, and gave it to her. Luo San felt awkward for a while, knowing that the scene just now was probably seen. "I should wipe my eyes. I can't go back like this." Thinking about it, she took the tissue. Luochio suddenly looked at Luo San and said, "I am taking a picture." Only then did Luo San notice that there was an antique camera with a golden casing in Luochio's arms. Luochio walked down at this moment. "Do you want to take a look?" In front of the camera, the faded yellow image was facing the door of the house. Luo San did not know much about cameras, but she felt that this camera would not be an entry-level thing. Can I take a picture?" "Of course. How do I use it?" Boss Luo smiled and guided Luo San on how to use it. Luo San approached the door and quietly took in the entire living room. Unknowingly, she felt a chill slide down her face. You turn around." Luochio nodded. When he turned around, he felt a slight pressure on his shoulder. It was Luo San who was using his palm as a pillow. "My parents have always been working outside. My grandmother watched me grow up since I was a child. Do you want Grandma Xiao Chun to accompany you all the time?" Who doesn't want their loved ones to accompany them all the time? Luo San sobbed softly and asked, "But life and death are unpredictable. What can we do about it? I have seen many family members of patients in the hospital. In the face of this situation, they are even more helpless. When we have no way to save a person, we can only let nature take them away completely. In the face of death, we are the most powerless people." "A doctor's rationality," Luochio said softly. "Fortunately, there is a dream." The boss thought silently in his heart. "What do you mean? Are you saying that I am cold-blooded?" "No." Luochio shook his head. "I just feel that it is good that Grandma Xiao Chun can have a descendant like you." "What is good about it?" Luo San said faintly. "What can be good about it?" This village, Luocio said calmly. Besides Luo Zhang, you are the only young one I see. Although I met others today, you were also called back. You work in the town's hospital. The road is long and difficult, isn't it? I don't know what you are talking about, Luocio said softly. During the day, I feel that this row of new houses on the opposite side of the village road looks very prosperous. But at night, you see, there are not many lights on. It is not much different from the old houses here. Of course, these new houses are all under the policy. Because of subsidies, every family started to build them. Luo San wiped her eyes with a crumpled tissue and looked ahead. Those who can afford it have moved to the town long ago. Those who can't afford it or have the ability to make a living are mostly working outside. They can't come back many times a year. The rest are like Uncle Luo San, who still insists on farming, but there are not many. So, isn't it normal for it to be empty? Then why did you stay in this town? I heard Luo Zhang mention some things. He said that you quit a good hospital to come to the town's hospital. Luo San felt a little cold. She hugged her hands and shook her head. A doctor can be anywhere. The job is the same, but here it is too deserted. On the other side of the village road, only 2 or 3 lights were on in 3 houses. There were very few people. Only the sound of the television could be vaguely heard. Children occasionally laughed or cried. It was indeed deserted. Isn't it ridiculous? Luo Shan sighed and raised her head to look at the completely dark night. Not all of them have children and grandchildren, but they still have close relatives. They should be enjoying their old age in peace. But they can't see each other many times a year. I don't know if this kind of development is good or bad. It's almost time. Can you come and help? Luocio asked suddenly. It was Luocio's old house. The location was the kitchen. Steam was rising from the big iron pot on the stove. The room was full of a fragrant and sweet smell. The fire under the stove was bright red and orange. It was not strong, but it lasted for a long time. What is this? Luo San frowned. Luocio opened the lid of the pot and stirred gently in the iron pot with a big spoon. The osmanthus syrup has been boiled. And do you see those bottles outside? Help to put them in. Why is it here with you? Luo San looked at Luocio subconsciously. Luocio said, Grandma Xiaochun still has to cook. There are so many people. Naturally, there are not enough seats. So I simply boiled it here. But it's not so fast, right? And I used a bit of a special method. Luocio said casually, and then scooped out some syrup with a spoon. Taste it? It should be the same. Luo San subconsciously dipped a little with her finger, and then put it into her lips. Grandma Xiaochun said that this is left for you. Luocio said softly, this is the only taste that she can leave for you that can be preserved for a long time. So that's why you picked so much? Luo San looked at Luocio. Her gaze had completely softened, and her voice trembled. Luocio did not answer. He asked with a smile, Sister Luo San, don't you want to help to pack this osmanthus syrup? Luo San suddenly understood that she was missing something. Is this the bottle with the most? The two walked out with a bottle of osmanthus syrup. Luo San stared at the basket in Luocio's hand at this time and suddenly asked. Luocio said with a smile, didn't you compare them? Luo San snorted and said, I always feel that the bottle on your side has more. Let's exchange. This is mine. I want the biggest one. In front of the door, Grandma Xiaochun was leaning against the door. When she saw the two walking back with the basket, she smiled knowingly. Chapter 6:29. When it was late at night, it was hard to tell whether it was the late autumn wind or the early winter wind. Grandma Xiaochun said that she was sleepy and wanted to go back to her room to rest. A slight cry began to come from the house. Grandma Xiaochun called her sons and daughters to her and began to instruct them on some things. It was all about the distribution of some inheritance. However, after each of them had a bottle of osmanthus syrup in their hands, These children felt that these things didn't seem to matter at this time, at least at this moment. No one knew whether there would be a fight in the future. In a very quiet environment, Grandma Xiaochun finally closed her eyes slowly. Luo Shan resisted the sadness in her heart and stayed by Grandma Xiaochun's side. She listened to her heartbeat and held her pulse. Luo Shan told everyone that she was just a little bit alive. She really couldn't make it. She said that this was her dying moment, so no one dared to leave. There were also people waiting in other places. In the small courtyard outside the house under the osmanthus trees, Luoqiu stopped at this place. Little fluorescent spots of light drifted in the courtyard, reflecting the soil and leaves, as well as the golden osmanthus flowers. Child, when you go back, cut a small section from here and take it back. After this branch is cut off, it can grow back. This one? Luoqiu nodded. Okay. He looked at Grandma Xiaochun, whose figure was hazy and seemed to be dissipating. This was her soul. Nowadays, souls would gradually dissipate under no special circumstances, unless there were some thoughts that were difficult to part with. Do you have to bring this thing? Grandma Xiaochun walked in front of Luoqiu and looked at the mask on his face curiously. Luoqiu whispered, I think this will be more suitable. Grandma Xiaochun shook her head, stretched out her hand, and took it off for Luoqiu. It's not necessary. You are you. At least I can feel that you are still you. That's why I'd rather be sent off by someone who can call me Grandma instead of a cold mask like this. Then I won't bring it this time. Luoqiu nodded. Grandma Xiaochun held Luoqiu's arm and walked in the yard. I still don't know what happened to you. Maybe you can tell me, but I won't understand. But do you always bring it with you when you work? Yes, considering some circumstances. For example, to avoid certain things. Boss, Luo nodded. Grandma Xiaochun stopped, looked up, and smiled without saying anything. Luoqiu heaved a sigh of relief and said, I hope that I can distinguish between them. But it can't be done. Luoqiu said calmly indeed. Actually, it has been some time now. Sometimes. I can't tell if it's me when I'm wearing it or when I'm taking it off. Sometimes it's just a habit. I don't study much and am uneducated. I don't understand, Grandma Xiaochun said with a smile. Luoqiu was startled. Grandma Xiaochun continued, but I remember that your father often said that if you don't understand something, just run into it. Whether you can break it or not, you can understand it. I believe that you can understand it too. He didn't say run into it later. He said that if you don't understand, it doesn't matter if you use your fists, Luoqiu recalled. Really? Grandma Xiaochun was amused. It does sound like Luo Qi's words. Luoqiu, if you don't understand, just run into it. If you still don't understand, it doesn't matter if you use your fists. Grandma supports you. Okay. Grandma Xiaochun clenched her fists and made an encouraging look. She was obviously so old and about to leave. Okay. Luoqiu nodded slowly. Then, send me here, Grandma Xiaochun said softly. Did he come to pick me up? Luoqiu looked around at the little fireflies. He has always been waiting for you, under an osmanthus tree. The little fireflies gathered and turned into a voice. He stood here silently. His eyes were empty and lifeless, but he just stood here silently. He was also an old man. This was Grandma Xiaochun's husband, who had passed away many years before her. This soul was reluctant, so he was willing to be bound by this land and turned into a wandering soul. His memory faded with the years, leaving only longing. For many years, he had been wandering in the house. The rain and wind had not changed. Grandma Xiaochun actually knew that her husband was already there, especially after he was seriously ill. She could feel it more and more. So, she wanted to come back to this house. She knew that he was waiting for her. Old man, you have waited for a long time. Grandma Xiaochun let go of Luoqiu and walked step by step to the person under the tree. She took his hand and held it tightly. Son, daughter, little grandson, all of you are doing well. I can go with you now, old man. Grandma Xiaochun snuggled up to her husband. The traces of those years on them faded away little by little, and finally remained in the most beautiful moment. She was still very young. She had braids, small dimples, and a green dress and cloth shoes. He was also very young. He wore a hat with a 5-pointed star and a Chinese tunic suit. He was full of vigor. The two of them became friends at that time and were engaged for 100 years. Then they talked about who would die at 97 years old and who would wait for 3 years on the bridge of helplessness. He had been waiting for her. "Luochio," Xiaochun called softly. "I'm here," Luochio responded softly. Xiaochun said, "Although you have no real relationship with our family in terms of blood, it is good to meet a grandson like you." "Blood relation?" Luochio was stunned subconsciously and frowned. Xiaochun was surprised for a moment, then shook her head and said, "Didn't Luo Qi tell you that he was adopted by your grandfather? But don't worry. You are your father's biological son. This should not be wrong." Looking at Luochio's silent appearance, Xiaochun smiled slightly and said, "Do you feel that you have wronged me?" "No." Luochio shook his head. "How can it be?" Xiaochun and him looked at each other. He reached out and touched her braids, and she reached out and touched his eyebrows. Her figure dispersed in an instant and completely turned into little fluorescent lights. The fluorescent lights intertwined with each other, and it was impossible to distinguish which was which. They hovered and then rose into the night sky. They flickered and shone brightly, and finally dissipated among the distant stars. The courtyard was quiet again, and the fragrance of osmanthus flowers was everywhere. The swaying branches emitted a faint light. It was the last firefly that was intercepted by the leaves of the osmanthus tree. Then it was picked up by Luochio. He accepted this yearning as a reward. Luo San staggered into the courtyard, covering her mouth. She was no different from when she ran out of the garden after dinner. She saw that Luochio was also here, looking up at the starry sky. She did not know what he was thinking. "Grandma, she is gone." "I know." What are you looking at?" "Cowherd." Luochio whispered, "And Vega." Luo San subconsciously looked up, but she saw nothing. Don't they only meet on Chinese Valentine's Day? It's probably a lie." Luochio smiled and said, "If the people who love can only meet once a year, it's too pitiful. The guy who made this legend, I think he should be up to no good. It's not funny at all." Luo San looked at Luochio with a smile that was uglier than crying and asked softly, "Grandma will meet my grandfather, right?" "Of course." Luochio, what's the matter?" Chapter 630. There were still many things that needed to be done in the follow-up, and they needed immediate family members to complete them. This part had nothing to do with Luochio. He returned to his house. He opened the door and walked into the living room. Then he turned on the lights in the living room. At this moment, a person who was sitting on the long wooden bench in the living room suddenly became clear. That was Taisetsu. While turning on the lights, Taisetsu was also looking at Luochio. He watched the young man calmly continue to close the door after turning on the lights. "How long have you been here?" "You are really bold." Taisetsu shook his head. "It was the same last time. You didn't seem to be afraid. It stands to reason that anyone who suddenly turns on the lights and sees a stranger in the house should at least be scared." "We didn't just know each other," Luochio said calmly. "Then we are not strangers." "So?" Taisetsu knew what the other party was asking. He had just left a note saying that he would not come again. If he came again now, it would naturally be unreasonable. But he had to go on. So he looked at Luochio and hesitated. "I saw you eating." After a while, I heard the sound of crying. "Is the old lady? It's quite peaceful." Luochio nodded. "Sure enough." Taisetsu lowered his head. No one knew what he was thinking. He had already prepared for this in his heart. After all, before the nominal owner of this house, Luochio, came back, he would come quietly every time his ex-wife came back with the child. Naturally, he was more aware. "What is this?" Taisetsu looked at the cup that Luochio brought to him and asked subconsciously. It is tea made with osmanthus syrup. There are still leftover scraps. Luocho smiled and said, "Do you want to eat?" "There should be some leftover rice balls made by Grandma Xiaochun. You probably haven't eaten yet, right?" Taisetsu nodded silently. Luocho walked into the kitchen. After a while, he came out with a small bowl. Taisetsu ate the rice balls one after another without saying a word. What kind of taste is this? Taisetsu thought that if he could eat with his ex-wife's family, at least it would not be worse than what he felt now. At least it would be another taste of life. "Did you come back just to see the old lady?" Luocho suddenly looked at the light on the ceiling and asked. Just think of it. Taisetsu was reluctant to talk about himself. He didn't even intend to come in here, but it was really inappropriate for him to appear in front of everyone. He wanted to ask about something purely out of respect for the grandmother who came to visit him when he was in prison. Taisetsu could only choose this young man who didn't seem to reject him. Luocho suddenly moved a stool at this moment, and then stacked a smaller one on top of it. Then he climbed up and reached for the ceiling light as if he wanted to find something inside. How long will you stay?" Taisetsu asked curiously, "After dealing with the old lady's funeral?" "Should be." Luocho nodded. "Anyway, I have more free time. In fact, it's fine if you want to stay here. I said that it doesn't matter as long as you don't touch other things." I found it." Luocho took out a small thing from the lamp. "This is tooth." Luocho smiled and said, "My father's tooth. Isn't there such a small custom? After children change their teeth, the adults will throw the new teeth in the shed, the lamp, and the like, saying that the new teeth will grow faster in this way. In fact, I saw it yesterday. At that time, I didn't intend to take it down. I thought it would be good to leave it like this. But, well, I said something that didn't interest you. Sorry." Taisetsu shook his head. It seemed that he could always feel the quietness from this young man. He unconsciously quieted down and smiled slightly. "It's nothing. I haven't talked to anyone for a long time. It's good. Reunion, do you want more? Then one more bowl." Later, Luocho brought a pillow and a quilt from upstairs. "You took your own things. Don't sleep in the utility room tonight. Can you sleep in the living room?" Taisetsu took it silently. "I have filled the kettle with hot water. Just use the cup." Luocho said, "Then I won't disturb your rest." Seriously. Seeing Luocho leave, Taisetsu couldn't help but call out, How can you be so assured of me? Aren't you afraid that I'm really a bad person?" Luocho turned back and said, "Except for the locked room, the other places here are not as dirty as you imagined, but you haven't lived here for several years. Isn't it somewhat unreasonable?" Taisetsu shook his head. "I can't live here for free. Besides, sometimes I'm bored, so I do something it's nothing." "If you are a bad person..." Luocho thought for a while and said, "Generally you will ask for more and avoid giving as much as possible, so good night." "Wait a minute." Taisetsu took a deep breath, then took out his wallet from his bag and took out all the money in it. After thinking for a while, he kept the small money and put all the big notes on the tea table. He looked at Luocho and said sincerely, "Can you, in your name, help me send to Ting Ting's family as a token of my sincerity?" "Just put it here." Luocho nodded, then turned off the light in the living room, leaving only a small one on, and went upstairs directly. Under the dim light, Taisetsu, who was lying on the bed, gradually got his pajamas. He hadn't tried to be so calm before sleep for a long time. Perhaps the hot tea brewed with osmanthus syrup had a calming effect. As he thought of this, he gradually fell asleep. Later, sang Kuin, "I have something to talk to you about." A shirtless man was now holding a woman with heavy makeup and singing. This kind of karaoke room was very popular in this era. I was wondering who it was. "Isn't this brother Taisetsu?" Sang Kuin pushed the woman away, then looked at the other man who stood closely behind Taisetsu and slammed the table. "You two eat shit? Don't you know that brother Taisetsu and I are good brothers? Go away now. What are you doing?" After the underling walked away, Sang Kuin stood up with a bottle of beer in his hand. Brother Taisetsu, we are honored by your presence, so there is nothing to entertain you. But you can play in this nightclub as you wish. It's my treat. Sang Kuin, don't talk nonsense with me. Taisetsu said indifferently. Let's talk about Xiaohu, then I will leave. Xiaohu? Which Xiaohu? Sang Kuin patted his head and thought hard. Big cat! Big cat! I have one here. I will introduce you to him later. Sang Kuin, I am not here to joke around. I am here to ask you, did you set up a scheme to cheat Xiaohu of 500,000 yuan? Aya, my brother Taisetsu, Sang Kuin said with a face full of grievances. What scheme? I don't like what you said. I, Sang Kuin, am in the underworld. The brothers in the underworld all know what kind of person I am. How can I do such a thing? Did you hear that nonsense? Sang Kuin, if you continue to be like this, I can only find a few old people to judge. It's just a small matter. Sang Kuin shrugged. I say, Taisetsu, do you have to disturb those retired seniors? You don't have to, right? Besides, you have already washed your hands of the underworld. You don't have to stir up trouble. Can't you just live your life well? I only have one sentence. This money, do you count it or not? Taisetsu narrowed his eyes. My brother, Taisetsu. Sang Kuin rolled his eyes. I am running a small business. If I can't get back the money, how can I explain it to the government? Besides, this matter on the gambling table is consensual. No one owes anyone, right? Oh, how about everyone wins money from me? But if they lose money, they will just leave after saying a few words. Then what will I eat? What will the brothers who follow me eat? Taisetsu, there is no such thing as a free lunch, right? Here is 50,000 yuan. You take it first. Taisetsu didn't say much. I will settle Xiaohu's account with you, but listen carefully if you mess with his family again. Don't blame me for being rude. Brother Zhe, isn't 50,000 yuan too little? Your good brother owes me a total of 500,000 yuan, plus interest. Sang Kuin, quit while you're ahead. Don't make everyone unhappy. Taisetsu said indifferently, 200,000 yuan. I will give you 200,000 yuan, and this matter will never happen. Otherwise, you say, Xiaohu is also a brother of the same family. Is it good for you to set a trap for your own family? Think about it yourself. If you make a fuss and disturb those old uncles, don't blame me. Okay. Sang Kuin sat down casually. I will treat it as selling a favor to you, Taisetsu. In 3 days, you ask Xiaohu to bring the remaining 150,000 yuan to me. Pour me tea and apologize, and I will treat it as if it never happened. 3 days is not enough, at most 1 week. No problem. Sang Kuin smiled and said, Who asked me to be Taisetsu's underling in the past, you ask? No problem. I will give you 10 days, okay? It's a deal. Brother Kuin, are we just going to let this guy go like this? Sang Kuin stared fiercely at this underling who was acting like a fool, and slapped him on the head. What else do you think we should do? Make a deal with him here? You go and chop? Don't you know what kind of person Taisetsu is? At the age of 14, he held a watermelon knife and chopped from Dongmen Bridge to Shimen Bridge. He defeated more than 10 people by himself. How can you compare to him? But didn't he wash his hands of it? Do we need to be afraid of him? Just treat it as giving him face. Sang Kuin shook his leg and said with a smile, Those retired old guys still like Taisetsu. He now owes me a favor. Maybe it will be useful in the future. But I heard that Xiaohu kidnapped a rich man's son and is preparing to raise money. The underling shook his head. This Taisetsu came over and haggled you for $300,000. Isn't this cheating you? Is there such a thing? Sang Kuin's face sank. Are you sure this news is true? I'm sure. I have a buddy who saw it. He said he saw Xiaohu's car. The child had just finished school. So he snatched it and ran away. After asking around, I found out that the child's father is a rich man. He has a clothing business and made a lot of money. That's interesting. Sang Kuin sneered. This Taisetsu wants to be righteous no matter what. He doesn't do this and doesn't do that, making himself seem like a good person. Pooey, isn't he doing these things behind the scenes? Isn't that right? This person is a hypocrite. Did this rich man report the case? Sang-Kun thought for a while and asked. The underling said, I don't think so. We didn't hear any news about the kidnapping case in the police station. Sang-Kun then smacked this little brother's head with all his might. A freeloader! Bastard! Why didn't you tell me about such an important thing until now? That's because I thought that bastard Xiao, who was trying to raise money for you. Brother Kun. In any case, I don't care how he got the money. As long as he can get the money, that's it. The younger brother felt wronged and said, But who would have thought that as soon as this Wei de Jinren came up, he cut off 300,000? Boss, I feel bad for you. Okay, you can do that. Sang-Kun had an idea. Find a few unfamiliar faces and keep an eye on this rich man. If there's any movement, tell me immediately. Boss, what are you doing? What are you doing? Use your pig brain to think. Sang-Kun sneered. I want the kidnapping money, but they have to take the blame. I want Taisetsu's $200,000, and I want his favor. Hey, this way we'll be able to make huge profits with a small capital. Be careful, don't let anyone find out. Remember to look for unfamiliar faces. Okay, I'll go now. Account balance 5421.19. After leaving Sang-Kun's nightclub, Taisetsu inserted his bank account into the nearest bank ATM. After looking at the balance, he took it out silently. At this moment, the phone rang. Along. Taisetsu asked immediately after the call was connected, Did you send him back? Sang-Kun, I've talked to him. We only need to raise $150,000 in 10 days. Brother Zhe, it's not good. Xiaohu changed his mind. When we weren't paying attention, he turned around and took the child away. We can't find him now. We can't get through his phone. Taisetsu opened his eyes directly. Did I wake you up? It's dawn. Taisetsu shook his head and looked at the sky outside. What time is it? It's almost 10 o'clock. I've slept for so long. Taisetsu rubbed his forehead. After waking up a little, he immediately raised his head and asked, Last night, did anything happen last night? Or did you hear anything? A car came at dawn. Luochio said indifferently, It was to transport the body. There shouldn't be anything else. Will anything happen? No, nothing. Taisetsu shook his head, then quickly walked to the window, opened the curtain, and looked at the situation outside. There's no one outside now. I'll go first. I made breakfast. Don't you want to eat? No, no need. Chapter 631. You can drop me off here. At the back door of Luochio's hometown, Taisetsu stopped and shook his head. He asked Luochio not to send him off anymore. At this time, Luochio took out a key and gave it to Taisetsu. Take this. Next time you come, don't climb over the wall. Taisetsu was stunned and said in surprise, Are you really giving it to me? Do you really believe in people like me? Seeing that Taisetsu didn't directly reach out to take it, Luochio inserted the key into the lock of the back door and walked out directly from the back door. I'll go and see if there's anything I can help with. The key was here. He could reach out and touch it. Taisetsu was silent for a moment and finally took the key. When he left, he carefully closed the door. Taisetsu also made an appointment with Big Head today. This Xiao Yuqing hasn't looked for me since yesterday. I heard from his housekeeper that he still stayed at home and didn't go out. Brother Zhe, aren't you too sensitive? Big Head said while eating fried noodles from the food stall at the entrance of the village next door. Big Head, how long have you been with Xiao Yuqing? Well, more than 3 years. Big Head thought for a moment. It's almost 4 years. The world is not easy to survive. Brother Zhe, in the first few years when you first entered, the country, the government, began to crack down on the underworld. Since the incident with Sang-Kun, the old uncles of the past have not had a good time. Now, where is the glory of the past? Everything has to be done according to procedures. Those officials are even worse than us. But we have no choice. If we want to survive, we can only rely on these people. These days, only people like Xiao Yuqing, who had connections with officials and could get a license, could do well in life. Let's be an errand boy. Let's not talk about this. Taisetsu shook his head. He wasn't completely out of touch with the outside world. He was very clear about the current situation in society. Big Head, tell me, what did Xiao Yuqing originally plan to do with me this time? What else? It was all because of the demolition project in the South District. A boss found Xiao Yuqing and asked him to do something for him. Big Head lowered his voice and said, "Isn't it just finding someone to scare those who are unwilling to sign?" There were a few families in the Southern District who were particularly stubborn. Xiao Yuqing planned to find someone to deal with them. Of course, we're definitely not allowed to see red now. But we can get some snakes, rats, and so on, and then we can set a fire and so on. You understand, right? Arson? He dares to do this now. Taisetsu sneered. Xiao Yuqing told me that he can get me out in a year. You don't know. Big Head said, quietly, I also heard from the nanny of Xiao Yuqing's family. My girlfriend, said that she eavesdropped. She said that the new district chief, who was transferred to the police station last year, is his brother-in-law. So, if Xiao Yuqing wants to get someone out, as long as it's not something that makes people angry, he can basically get them out. Besides, if he can get someone out, it proves that he has the ability. So, I'm not surprised that he told you to get you out early. After all, he has the ability. If the rumor spreads, there will be more big bosses looking for him to work. I really don't know about this. Taisetsu frowned. No one knew what he was thinking. Anyway, since the new district chief took office, Xiao Yuqing's courage has become fat. Big Head shrugged and said, Otherwise, do you think it's like the previous few times, where he asked you to take the blame for things like drunk driving, causing trouble, and injuring people? I want to go somewhere, Taisetsu said seriously. Okay. Anyway, I have no work to do. Where do you want to go? Go to the nursing home. Taisetsu sighed and said, Go and visit Mr. Jean. President Xiao, what do you want to eat for lunch? I'll go buy it now. Xiao Yuqing sat on the sofa in his villa. He had just woken up, and it was only 9 o'clock. Facing the nanny's question, Xiao Yuqing said indifferently, No need. I have a lunch appointment at noon. You can go do your work. The nanny nodded. At this moment, Xiao Yuqing's phone rang. Xiao Yuqing glanced at it, then stood up and walked out of the living room with the phone. He came to the courtyard outside the villa, closed the glass door of the living room, and then picked up the phone. Have you settled the matter? Xiao Yuqing asked. On the other side of the phone, I'm sorry, President Xiao. We got lost. Now we are in Dafeng village and are rushing back. Xiao Yuqing was stunned. Lost? How could you get lost? We don't know. Last night we drove into the village road, and the route was not wrong. But as we walked, we realized something was wrong. We walked around for a long time. Finally, it was dawn. What the hell? We actually took a detour to Great Wind Village. Do you eat shit? Xiao Yuqing scolded. Dafeng Village is in the North District, and Luo Village is in the West District. There's so many mountains between them. How could you go around? Why didn't you tell me until now? Yes. We didn't do our job well. President Xiao, don't be angry. We were afraid that you were not awake, and we were afraid that we would wake you up. But we are going back now. It's daytime. We won't do it again. Don't. Please don't mess around. Xiao Yuqing said in a deep voice, You should go at night. It's daytime. Do you want to die? I know. Xiao Yuqing hung up the phone at once and began to look at his yard. Such an industry was obtained through hard work. In this society, people eat people. It is harder for those who are merciful to climb up. He could climb up now, in addition to some connections, because he dared to do things and had a ruthless heart. At this moment, Xiao Yuqing was always vaguely uneasy. He inexplicably remembered the way Taisetsu stared at him. It was like a purebred Tibetan Mastiff, which made him feel a chill from the bottom of his heart. In front of Taisetsu, his toughness was like a sand castle, which was instantly defeated. And under Taisetsu's murderous eyes, Xiao Yuqing felt like a man with impotence. His self-esteem, which had swelled step by step over the years, was thwarted, which made Xiao Yuqing feel very uncomfortable. Times were different, but he was still frightened by such an outdated little punk. Wouldn't it be a joke if word got out? At this time, Xiao Yuqing didn't think about anything else at all. He was just like a proud tiger whose tail had been stepped on. He wanted to declare his authority and teach this ungrateful Taisetsu a profound lesson. He wanted to let Taisetsu know that he, Xiao Yuqing, let him do things because he pitied him and thought highly of him. The matter in the southern district really didn't have to be done by Taisetsu. But at this moment, Xiao Yuqing had a twisted desire to let Taisetsu succumb to him, making him feel powerless and painful. In the end, no matter how he struggled, he had to let him do this thing. In the end, he would be like a chess piece thrown away, no longer caring about it. Thinking of this, Xiao Yuqing's eyes became extremely happy. He liked the wonderful feeling of being able to play with other people's lives. At this moment, the phone rang again. Xiao Yuqing glanced at the name on the caller ID and frowned subconsciously. "Why is this old guy looking for me?" Xiao Yuqing muttered, but still picked up the phone. "Hello. Old Master Jean, what's wrong with you today? Why are you calling me? Why don't you find someone to tell me, and I'll go visit you?" Xiao, it's like this. There's something, although it was said to be a nursing home, it was not an ordinary one. It was a place where one could only enter by paying a lot of money. Every person who retired here had their own independent place, a residence that was not inferior to a small villa. Big Head sat a little anxiously at this moment, but Taisetsu, who was sitting next to him, looked much calmer. At this time, a white-haired old man who was in good spirits outside the living room courtyard walked in and smiled. "Taisetsu!" Taisetsu quickly stood up at this time, walked to the old man and helped him sit down. "Master Jean, please go ahead." "This Xiao Yuqing, I have already said it." The old man, Master Jean, said indifferently, "I'll make an appearance and give you a toast. Just tonight. You can have a good chat." "Master Jean, thank you." Taisetsu seemed to be relieved. "Why are you so polite to an old man like me?" Master Jean smiled and said, "I can only pull this old face. If it was in the past, would this little bastard Xiao Yuqing dare to ask me to give him a toast?" "That's right," Big Head quickly said. "In the past, who wasn't afraid of your name, Master Jean?" This Big Head, Master Jean, pointed to Big Head and shook his head. He laughed and said, You don't have any other skills, but your flattering mouth is not good. I really don't know how you can survive until now." Big Head scratched his head awkwardly. At this time, Master Jean suddenly looked at Taisetsu and said, "Taisetsu, come with me to the temple hall. I have something to talk to you alone. Big Head, go and buy some vegetables. Make a delicious meal here at noon." "Okay." Big Head quickly stood up. "I'll go now." In the middle of the temple hall, there was a statue of Guanyin. In front of the platform, there was a green lamp and a futon. It looked very simple. The incense burner was burning sandalwood. "Master Jean, what's the matter?" After coming in, Master Jean did not say anything. He just asked Taisetsu to add incense to the statue of Guanyin on the platform and said that he had to be sincere. "Taisetsu, did you encounter something recently?" Master Jean looked at Taisetsu with a dignified face and asked. Taisetsu was stunned and hesitated. "Master Jean, I don't quite understand what you mean." Chapter 632. What Taisetsu knew about Jin Yi was what he heard from others when he was young. This old man was 90 years old. During the war, he started his business in the area of Shanghai and Shenyang. At that time, he followed a boss surnamed Du and had a legendary story. Later, he came to this place. He heard that this was originally the place where Jin Ye's ancestral home was. After the war, he came back here to take root. Although he was just living out his remaining years in this town, he was not here before he retired. Before Yes Mountain was disbanded, his sphere of influence was not small. But whether or not the old man was more superstitious recently, Taisetsu had some thoughts in his heart. So in the face of Yes' question, he smiled and said, "Old man, I don't think so. I don't believe in this thing." "I knew you would say that." Yi chuckled and suddenly reached out to grab Taisetsu's arm. Daz was taken aback at first, then he frowned. He secretly thought that the old man's hand strength was so great that he even felt a little pain from Daz's grip. Taisetsu subconsciously wanted to break free, but he found that he couldn't break free in the face of this 90-year-old old man. This, you. Only then did you let go of his hand. Taisetsu rubbed his wrist and looked at it. He found that the place where he was grabbed was already red. He said in surprise, "Old man, you are old but vigorous. Your hand strength is too powerful." "I'm old." Yi waved his hand and said, "I'm just scaring you young people." "Taisetsu, I'm already 90 years old. Why do I still have so much strength?" Do you usually exercise?" Taisetsu thought. "Oh, do Tai Chi in the park? Then take a walk when you have nothing to do?" Yi asked with amusement. "Yi, please say it. I really can't guess." Taisetsu shook his head. Yi chuckled and said, "When I was young, I met a wandering Taoist. At that time, I was still following Big Boss Du. This Taoist priest was an eccentric person. Perhaps it was my destiny, so he taught me some superficial martial arts. Don't be like this. It's not some divine martial arts. It's just a martial arts technique for maintaining one's health. It's not that magical, but it does give me a lot of stamina. I even slept with a little girl a few days ago. Haha. Master Jean, you're really vigorous despite your age." Taisetsu didn't know whether to laugh or cry, but he was also very surprised. "But is there really such a skill? Sit down." Lord Jean pointed to the chair next to the temple and sat down. Then he said, "What's wrong? Do you really think that the things passed down by our ancestors are just for show?" "Taisetsu, let me tell you, the real expert is hidden. It's just that it's hard for us ordinary people to meet." "Lord Jean, I don't understand. Why are you telling me these things?" Taisetsu asked curiously. "Taisetsu, aren't you curious about this martial arts technique for maintaining one's health? Don't you want to learn it?" Lord Jean asked abruptly. "I'm curious." Taisetsu shook his head and said, "But what's the point of living so long? It's tiring enough to be a human. I don't want to live too long. For so many years." Lord Jean suddenly said, "I told you about this. There are a total of 3 people, including you. One is my son, and the other is an old companion who has been with me for a long time. But you said that you don't want to learn." "Lord Jean, it's not that I don't want to give you face." Taisetsu quickly said, "To be honest, I'm really grateful that you can tell me this. But how to say it, I don't know how to say it. Are you still brooding about what happened in the past?" Taisetsu nodded silently. "For so many years, I've heard about what happened after you came out." Lord Jean sighed and said, "You don't appear anymore and you don't contact people in the past. Occasionally, you help people take the blame. You come out and go back in again. People say that you don't change, but I can see that you want to cut off from the past." Taisetsu was silent. The days of fighting and killing are not easy. Lord Jean looked at the guanine statue in front of the hall. "My son is younger than me when he learned this martial arts. Naturally, he learned it better than me, so he helped me fight for a lot of territories. What happened in the end? He was still killed by others. My old companion was the same. In the end, I was the only one left." "Taisetsu, you washed your hands of it early. So many people opposed it at the beginning. But why did I support you? Do you know?" Lord Jean, "Because I'm afraid." Lord Jean sighed and said, "I'm afraid that I won't be able to find someone I like who can chat with me in the future. But you bastard, for so many years, if you didn't encounter Xiao Yuqing, you wouldn't have come to me, right? Lord Jean, I'm sorry. I really have no choice. You brat. Lord Jean glared at Taisetsu. I know your intention. You didn't come to me because you were afraid that I would think that you were coming to seek refuge, right? Last year on my birthday, I asked Big Head to send me a cake. But Big Head is a muddy thing. How could he remember that I like to eat peaches? So he specially put so much peach meat in it. I was just bluffing him, and he told me everything. Lord Jean, I just don't have the face to see you. Okay. Lord Jean said, slowly, Xiao Yuqing will give me some face no matter what. This thing has done a lot of dirty things. If he dares to be impolite, then my old bones will just go outside. I recite scriptures every day, but it doesn't mean that I can let people bully my people. Thank you. Taisetsu quickly stood up and looked at the old man respectfully. Let's not worry about this matter first. At this time, Lord Jin's eyes suddenly lit up. He pressed one hand on Taisetsu's chest and then shouted. Taisetsu felt a huge force hit his body. He felt as if his internal organs were overturned. It was extremely painful, and he fell to the ground all of a sudden. At this time, Taisetsu looked at his body in horror. It was illuminated by a gray mist, and there were bursts of gloomy cries in the temple hall. Good, you evildoer! Lord Jin's palm holding the Buddha beads suddenly slapped down. The mist was suddenly dispersed, and then a scream sounded. Lord Jin was bounced away and fell to the ground. The water mist immediately rushed to the floor and turned into a blurry child shadow. At this time, Lord Jin gritted his teeth and pushed out both hands at the same time. His palms emitted a soft white light, and he slapped the shadow again. With this slap, the shadow disappeared into thin air. Only then did Lord Jin stop and sit on the ground, coughing nonstop. Lord Jin, Lord Jin. It's okay, it's not a big deal. Lord Jin's face was pale. Just rest for a while. Fortunately, you were willing to come to me. Otherwise, in 1 or 2 years, I'm afraid I won't be able to subdue this wronged ghost. Lord Jin, you really have this ability. F***CK, little bastard. Do you think I just made up a story? Lord Jin was so angry that he coughed repeatedly. I didn't mean that. Taisetsu quickly shook his head. Lord Jin said, but you're fine for the time being. It's only for the time being. This ghost's resentment is too strong. What I just scattered is probably just its resentment. It won't be long before it comes back to haunt you again. If I didn't bring you to this temple hall and have this string of Buddha beads consecrated by the senior monk, I wouldn't be able to save you. Taisetsu, after you reconcile with Xiao Yuqing tonight, you have to stay with me for a while. Otherwise, it will pester you again. Lord Jin, Taisetsu thought for a while. You have this ability. Then can you release its soul? Lord Jin was stunned. I just saw that the resentment revealed its original body. It looks like a child. Is it the one who drowned that year? Taisetsu nodded. The one who started the trouble should end it. Lord Jin nodded. Well, this old man will accompany you through this tribulation. Take it as a thank you gift for remembering to send me a birthday cake. The bell suddenly rang. In the lobby of the club, Miss Maid, who was sitting quietly, suddenly opened her eyes. Gradually, light began to appear in the dim surroundings. The white candles hanging on the candlesticks on the wall were automatically lit one by one. A cloud of black fog stopped in the air like a tornado and then slowly descended. Black soul number 18 greets Miss Yi. Number 18, what's the matter? Yi looked at black soul number 18, just looked at her. Black soul number 18 wasn't used to it. This puppet had appeared in the club after her, and it had always been cold. But recently it had started to smile. But in essence, it was still the cold puppet that Black Soul number 18 knew. Is the master not here? Black Soul number 18 asked carefully. Master has something to do, and will leave for a few days. Yu Yi said indifferently, Just tell me what you want. Here's the thing. Black Soul number 18 said directly, I want to get a material, preferably one that can be used with the casting of Book of the Dead. What's the exchange price? Yi tilted her head and looked at Black Soul number 18. The dim light in her blue eyes made Black Soul number 18's heart skip a beat. Number 18, are you playing the game of creating magicians again? Who do you like this time? That professor? Or Wang Yuechuan? Black Soul number 18 said with a sinister smile, It doesn't matter who wins the fight between two poisonous insects. Yi nodded and said, The material you want, there is one in this city. It's a black diamond. Now it's in the hands of a businessman's son who has just inherited the inheritance. His name is Lu Zixing, and he's a gambler. You don't need to exchange it. Get some money yourself and buy it from the businessman's son. He will sell anything for money. Or you can directly disclose it to these two poisonous insects and see if they will cross the boundary for power. That's great. Black Soul number 18 nodded. Then I won't disturb Miss Yi. Raising customers. This was the practice of most Black Soul envoys. Black Soul number 18 thought, although the new master changed, Miss Yi didn't have any intention to change her behavior. She was still the same as before. You can leave. Miss Maid nodded. After the Black Soul envoys left, the lights in the club hall went out one by one. Miss Maid still sat in the original place, just like before. When will I come back? Although it was only 3 days, she felt so lonely. This mood, Yi gently held her chest and slowly closed her eyes. Chapter 633. It was still the Hongfu building. Before arriving, Xiao Yuqing thought about it. He was very surprised that Taisetsu could invite Master Jean. Although this old man had not shown himself in the past 10 years and looked like he was waiting for death in the nursing home, he still had to give this old guy some face. Fortunately, his idiotic subordinates got lost last night and went somewhere else, so they didn't make a move. Otherwise, it would have been difficult to deal with this old man today. It was just there were road signs along the way. Those guys were also locals. How could they get lost? Damn it. Xiao Yuqing put a smile on his face, then pushed open the door of the private room. He immediately laughed and said, Oh, Master Jean. Master Jean, I haven't seen you for a long time. I'm sorry for being late. I will punish myself with 3 cups of wine later. Why haven't you ordered yet? Waiter. Daz and Lord Jean had already arrived a step earlier. They sat here and drank tea. Xiao Yuqing, don't shout first. Master Jean smiled and waved at Xiao Yuqing. Xiao Yuqing sat down directly, but he did not look at Taisetsu from beginning to end. Come, Master Jean, I'll serve you tea. Hee, it's rare that you still have the heart. Master Jean smiled insincerely. Xiao Yuqing also smiled insincerely. What are you talking about? When I first came out, although I was not your underling, at least the hall and your mountain can be regarded as a brotherly alliance. You are an elder. You are always an elder. You are really considerate. There are very few young people like you nowadays. Master Jean nodded. Xiao Yuqing, since you also said that there is some relationship between us, then shouldn't you be more careful when doing things? Master Jean, look at what you are saying. Xiao Yuqing smiled and said, Am I the kind of person who does things without discretion? If so, I would not be able to survive. Master Jean narrowed his eyes. Then you and Taisetsu are not here to have a toast today. Of course. Xiao Yuqing slapped the table and said, Didn't we come here today to chat and drink tea with you? That Taisetsu, don't you agree? Taisetsu took a deep breath and nodded. He then raised his glass to Xiao Yuqing and said, Director Xiao, please forgive me for offending you. This is my toast to you. It's nothing. We're all civilized people. Xiao Yuqing didn't put on any airs and drank it directly. Then he suddenly said with a displeased expression, But I say, Taisetsu, you're really not that nice. If you said that you were Master Jin's man, then we wouldn't have to be so stiff yesterday, right? Forget it. I will find someone else to do the original job. If you don't want to do it, then don't do it. There will be plenty of opportunities in the future. I'll leave it for you. We're all family, so we'll earn money together. We'll talk about it later. Taisetsu nodded calmly. At this time, Xiao Yuqing said again, Old Master Jean, you're wrong too. Lord Jean asked curiously, Why? Is there anything wrong with this old man? Xiao Yuqing said, Isn't that so? Why didn't you say that Taisetsu is also your man? If I had known, I wouldn't have let him do those tiring jobs in the past. Aren't you tricking me? If word got out that day that I, Xiao Yuqing, am not good to you, Master Jin's man, how can I face others? Tell me, isn't it your fault? Okay. Lord Jean chuckled. It does sound a little like that. Well, I'll punish myself with 3 glasses later. How can 3 glasses be enough? Xiao Yuqing looked unhappy. He looked at Master Jin's frown and laughed. Of course it's no return until we're drunk, right? This meal took a long time. It was said that no return until we're drunk, but basically people with good alcohol tolerance could only get 30% drunk. After Xiao Yuqing's driver picked him up, Big Head dared to come out and quietly picked up Master Jean and Taisetsu. In the car, Master Jean was counting the Buddhist beads. His face was rosy and he smiled. This Xiao Yuqing is a character. You saw it tonight. This poisonous snake. This matter is probably not so simple. However, he won't dare to really mess around. This person is a bit arrogant. I saw people in the underworld when they came to celebrate my birthday a few years ago, but they weren't so arrogant. And Taisetsu, you should avoid contact with him as much as possible in the future. I can see that too. Taisetsu nodded. Old man, where are we going now? Big Head turned around and asked. Master Jean said indifferently, Go back to my place. Big Head, you stay at my place tonight. There are some things I need you to do for me tonight. Okay. Big Head laughed and said, Old man, do you want me to scrub your back? Why? Do you want to ask for a job from me? Master Jean smiled and said, Is it because you see that this old man's broken face is still a bit useful, so you have other thoughts? Drive. We can talk about it later. Master Jean waved his hand. Taisetsu did not get involved in the conversation between Master Jean and Big Head. He just sat silently by the side, holding a key in his hand. This was given to him by Luochio. He thought of it at this time because Xiao Yuqing's matter was considered to be suspended. Taisetsu suddenly didn't know how to return this key to someone else. This kind of house key. The sound of knocking on the door. At this moment, Luochio was looking at the photo album that he found upstairs at his home. There were more photos of his father and his grandparents when they were young. Now it seemed that his father's appearance was really not very similar to his grandparents. Since he accidentally heard this fact from Grandma Xiaochun, Luochio had a feeling that his connection with the modern world had been cut off a lot. It was a very subtle feeling. It didn't seem to be a pity. The degree of surprise in his heart was far less than he imagined. It seemed that he could accept this change subconsciously, but at the same time, another connection with the modern world seemed to be established unconsciously. But the sound of knocking on the door interrupted his thoughts. The person who came to see him so late was not someone else, but Luo Zheng, the son of his uncle Luo Shan. Brother Zheng, why are you looking for me so late at night? Luochio opened the door to welcome the guest. You must be tired these 2 days, right? Luo Zheng walked in. Luochio poured tea for him, shook his head and said, I didn't do anything. You are the one who is more tired. You haven't rested for a few nights, right? Luo Zheng sighed, and then sat here silently. Well, I'll just sit for a while and be quiet. The atmosphere at home is not very good. It's annoying. It's okay. Luochio sat down again and looked at the photo album in his hand. Luo Zheng looked at Luochio in a daze. No one knew what he was thinking. Luochio looked up and asked, What's the matter? Luo Zheng leaned over at this moment After swallowing for a while, he asked, "Ai, Luocio, you are a scholar. Why don't you give me some advice?" Luocio closed the photo album and smiled. "Tell me about it. Besides, my opinion is not necessarily good. The key is what you think." "I'm just asking." Luo Zheng shook his head, and then said seriously, "Luocio, do you think I should tell Taisetsu about my grandmother's news? Oh, it's my ex-brother-in-law. You met him on the way here. Do you still remember him?" Luocio nodded and suddenly asked, "Then why are you in a dilemma?" "It's because my family doesn't like him," Luo Zheng said helplessly. "But to be honest, although Taisetsu did a lot of bad things outside, he was actually very good to us. You saw it too, right? On the day he picked you up, he gave me something and never asked for anything. Sometimes he even gave me money to give to my sister as pocket money." "So you want to call him?" Luo Zheng nodded and said, "Yes, after all, even people from the neighboring village will come to offer incense, right? What's more, Taisetsu also had good intentions. If I don't tell him, I feel a little sorry for him, even if I don't let him come to offer condolences. It's uncomfortable. But I'm afraid that my parents and sister will be uncomfortable and unhappy." Luocio said with a smile, "You seem to care a lot about this ex-brother-in-law of yours." Luo Zheng heaved a sigh of relief and said, "I was only this young when my sister married Taisetsu, right? Back then, I would follow him around every day, feeling like he was a hero. Back then, Taisetsu opened his own garage. Although it wasn't big, it wasn't a problem for him to take care of his family. To tell you the truth, when I was young, I even thought of learning how to repair cars from him when I grew up." "Aren't you doing quite well now?" Luo Zheng said, "I'm just trying to make a living. What's so bad about it? Humans have to plan for themselves. We can't always stay in the same spot." Luocio paused and said softly, "But you still can't let go of your brother-in-law, right? Otherwise, you wouldn't have come to me to discuss such matters." "Probably because there's no one at home to talk to?" Luo Zheng said, "Actually, it's not easy to talk about it. And I feel that since you have seen Taisetsu, you are at least a bystander or something, so there's no pressure to chat. Of course, I'm not saying that we aren't close. We just don't keep in touch." "Then what do you think of him?" "What do I think?" Luo Zheng was stunned. He thought for a while in a daze before sighing and saying, "I feel that it's a pity. To be honest, I still don't understand why Taisetsu has been such a bastard all these years. In my impression, he isn't that kind of person. In fact, my sister persisted for a period of time after her death. She often went to the prison to visit him, but he didn't see anyone and didn't say anything. It was like he had lost his soul. Right? The divorce was also proposed by Taisetsu in prison. Later, I also told him that he came out, went in, came out again, went in again, and went in again. It was like he had given up on himself." "Didn't you ask him? Since you can't figure it out?" Luocio asked. Luo Zheng sighed and said, "Yes, why wouldn't I? But when it comes to this topic, he always avoids me. But once, while chatting with him, he seemed to have had too much to drink. He said something like he had to return something to someone and that he had to return it. Then he collapsed. When he woke up, he didn't say a word. I'm guessing that it might have something to do with Taisetsu and his brother kidnapping and killing the child back then." With that said, Luo Zheng looked at Luocio and scratched his head. "You don't know, right? I didn't mention it in detail before." Luocio smiled and said, "Actually, I did look up some old news on my cell phone." "To think you could find it." Luo Zheng shook his head before his expression turned complicated. That matter was quite a big deal back then. Later, I heard that the child's mother cried herself blind. Then, the child's father's clothing factory went bankrupt. He abandoned his wife and ran off alone, leaving behind a huge pile of debt. I've heard that the child's mother committed suicide several times, right? I think the boss's name was Chengong or something. I forgot. So that's how it is. Not only did she cause the death of a child, but she also broke up the family. You might not know this, but my sister didn't do well at work back then. She was criticized by people all day and would cry when she returned home. It was only later that she met her new brother-in-law that her days slowly improved. My sister finally started a new life. Actually, sometimes I think that perhaps it's a good thing that my sister didn't insist. Otherwise, she wouldn't have such good days. Let me tell you something. My sister has recently become pregnant. It's been 2 months, but she's a little chubby. After all, she's in her mid-30s. It's normal for her figure to be out of shape. You probably can't tell, right? But let me tell you, my sister was very beautiful when she was young. Do you want supper? Luocho stood up and looked at the time before asking Luo Zhang. Luo Zhang rubbed his stomach. Sai, that's a pretty good idea. Go ahead and do it. I'll get some beer. You can drink it, right? College students aren't afraid. After all, we are brothers. Sure. After returning to Lord Jin's villa-level nursing home, Lord Jin didn't say anything. He let Taisetsu go to the temple hall alone. Then he took Big Head to another room and directed this and that. Big Head was sweating from moving things, but he didn't dare to complain. Instead, he asked curiously, Old man, these tables and yellow cloths, what are they? And what's this? Wooden swords? Copper coins? You even know how to perform rituals? It's not a ritual. It's an exorcism. Do you believe it? Lord Jin said with a smile. Big Head looked at the things inside and said, Exorcism, exorcism. Old man, don't scare me. Big Head, am timid. Big Head heard that this old man had some unusual abilities. Of course, it was just a rumor. Don't worry. Even if there are ghosts, you won't see them. Lord Jin took a brush and stuck a little cinnabar on it. He began to write something on the yellow paper while saying, You are dirty and filthy. Ghosts won't come back to you. But if there are ghosts, I won't care if I can't see them. Ghosts can see me. The old master was scared out of his wits. Are you kidding? Lord Jin was too lazy to talk to this guy, but he suddenly asked, Right, has Taisetsu visited Sister Lin recently? Big Head quickly walked to Lord Jin at this moment and lowered his voice. Old man, don't tell Brother Zhe about this. Especially don't tell him that I said it. Why, I, this old man, have stepped forward and put in effort. I almost fell down. Am I not qualified to know about this matter? I didn't mean that. Old man, you are definitely qualified. Big Head quickly said, At that time, Taisetsu asked me to do something. He wanted me to register for the Cross Association and let me do some real estate. Where can I get it? If you are looking for girls to vent your anger, I can easily get a dozen. But I really don't know how to do this. If it wasn't because I couldn't find you, and you were willing to take care of these things for old time's sake, how could I, Big Head, do so many things at that time? But you know my brother's temperament. If he wasn't arrested when he was getting the real estate for Sister Lin, he wouldn't have looked for me. Okay. I am asking you. Has Taisetsu gone to see Sister Lin recently? Why are you saying so much? Lord Jin glared at Big Head unhappily. He looked for her. Just yesterday. Big Head nodded. But speaking of it, this Sister Lin is really pitiful. She can't remember that she has a son and a husband who ran away a long time ago. She thinks that she is an old woman who is unlucky, blind, and has no relatives. Obviously, she is a person who is less than 40 years old, but now she looks like a 51. Sure enough, he looked for her. Lord Jin nodded and suddenly said, Big Head, do you still have Sister Lin's birth date? When I got the real estate for her, there was a copy of the ID card, but this isn't the birth date, right? Big Head was stunned. Why do you want to look for it? The ID card is also fine. You use the perpetual calendar to calculate the lunar time for me. Lord Jin glared. Don't ask about other things. Do as I say. In addition, take this talisman. It is for you. What is this? Peace talisman? Yes. There is a female ghost behind you who likes you. She is waiting to flirt with you. Female ghost. Big Head's eyes lit up. This is good. I like it. Lord Jin rolled his eyes and ran out of the yard with a porcelain bowl. He said that he was going to get some dew for his son. In front of the temple, Taisetsu was standing in front of the Guanyin statue according to Lord Jin's instructions. He closed his eyes and emptied his mind. The more he emptied his mind, the clearer some sounds became. It was still when he was in prison. Taisetsu, did you hear it? That child, he came to find me. He came to find me. He came to find me. Brother Je. When I was sleeping in the cabin last night, I saw it. Along said that he came to take our lives. He also saw it. When I was bathing, water. What should we do? Little tiger, he hanged himself yesterday. When the prison guard wasn't paying attention, he hanged himself. It came to find me. The next one is me. It's me. My child, give it back to me. God, give it back to me. My child. Taisetsu, do you really want to divorce me? Save me. Don't come over. Little tiger. Don't be impulsive. Brother Je, I heard that Along also died in prison. It was said that he died of illness. Alas, one less acquaintance. Ganjing, thank you. Aunt Lin made delicious food for you. It would be great if Aunt Lin could really have a son like you. You are so good child. Aunt Lin, actually, what's wrong? No, nothing. Wouldn't a policeman's son like you have some opinions about a prisoner like me? But you are out now, aren't you? Taisetsu suddenly opened his eyes and knelt down in front of the Guanyin statue. Chapter 634. Luo Zheng's alcohol tolerance was not as bad as he said. Of course, most of the beer was drunk by him, which may have something to do with it. It was almost 12 o'clock. Luo Zheng was drunk and unconscious. Luoqiu did not intend to disturb him, just covered him with a quilt and began to tidy up the living room. Brother-in-law, what happened to you? Luoqiu stopped and looked at Luo Zheng. Luo Zheng was just drunk and said something in his sleep, then moved his body and fell asleep. There was a rumbling sound outside the house, which was the sound of thunder in the distance. Luoqiu opened the front door and cast his eyes on the dark night sky. There was thunder, maybe it would rain soon, and the wind suddenly became cold. On the other side of the mountain in the distance, a blue-black gas turned into a beam of light and hit the night sky. It was a breath that ordinary people could not peek into. It was an extremely strong resentment, and the source was the reservoir that had been built for decades on the mountain. Boss Luo could even clearly see dozens, hundreds, or even hundreds of pale, stiff, painful, and even distorted faces in this blue-black resentment. They finally gathered and turned into a bigger face. Round eyes, round mouth. Behind its back, it was as if everything had been sucked away, leaving behind only this empty shell of a face. It was galloping, dragging a long blue and black gas at the end. In an instant, it swept over the mountain and descended over Luoqiu's village. Then, like a tornado, it rolled down and wrapped around Luoqiu's entire house in an instant. You fell in love with Taisetsu, but I didn't do anything to you. Of course, because you didn't do anything, I allowed you to stroll around my house before. But now, what are you doing? Luoqiu asked calmly. These blue-black gas were spinning faster and faster at the moment. Do you want to buy something from me, guests? Luoqiu asked for the second time. However, in an instant, the cold wind was blowing, and the sound was like crying and roaring. The flying sand and stones were squeezing toward Luoqiu at the same time. It seems that only the resentment is driving it. Luoqiu shook his head. Since you don't want to buy anything, please go back. Come back when you need something. However, the blue-black gas was shrinking, turning into countless looming arms, grabbing toward Luoqiu at the same time. I said, since you don't want to do business, please go back. As for how you died in the reservoir, drowned or wronged, it's not something I'm interested in. So, please don't disturb the people here, and don't scratch the osmanthus trees near my house. Many osmanthus flowers have fallen. Luoqiu looked away, looking at the arms that were about to touch him, and said indifferently, "Please don't touch me." The arms that stretched out in the air under Luacio's gaze trembled crazily and shrank, and finally retracted back into the huge face layer by layer. It let out a shrill cry, as if it was severely injured, and rolled up into the night sky, flying away into the distance. Luocio heaved a sigh of relief and waved his hand. Then everything here was restored to its original state. Those hanging branches were also connected back to their original positions. Luocio closed the door, and at this time it was drizzling outside the house. Luo Zhang, who was lying on the bench, suddenly sat up in a daze. "Luocio, drink more." Then he fell asleep again in a daze. Luocio smiled and waved his hand to let the fallen quilt cover Luo Zhang's body again. Then he sat down and drank a cup of tea under the light of a lamp. Once again, he flipped through the old photo album at home. With the faint sound of thunder, Lord Jean walked into the temple with a dignified expression. Hearing the footsteps, Taisetsu stood up, and his face didn't look good. "Lord Jean, I feel uneasy, but I don't know why." "Of course." Lord Jean sighed. "I also feel uneasy. In this kind of weather, I'm afraid the visitor is not good." Already here?" Taisetsu looked around nervously. Lord Jean said solemnly, "Taisetsu, listen to me. I have just asked Big Head carefully. In addition to you, Along and a few others died one after another, and the way they died was not normal. I thought about it for a day, and I have some ideas. In the reservoir where the drowned child was, there have always been people who fell into the water. Of course, some people deserved it, and some. But over the years, a lot of resentment has accumulated in the reservoir. I'm afraid it has long been a mixed water ghost, or even a malicious ghost with great resentment. If a malicious ghost doesn't take a life, it will never stop, and it will easily hate all the people in front of it. Last night, I dispersed the resentment on your body, and I guess this guy won't let me go easily today. Lord Jean, I've implicated you." Lord Jean shook his head. "Don't say these useless things. Things have come to this point, so just face it calmly." "Okay, tell me, what do you want me to do?" At this time, Lord Jean suddenly took out a simple plastic bag that could be found in an ordinary convenience store. "Put this on." "This? Put it on?" "Yes. Put it on and then tie it tightly." Lord Jean nodded. "I want you to suffocate and experience the feeling of death. Ordinary people can't see the boundary between yin and yang, but there is a situation where ordinary people can see it, and that is when they are on the verge of death. But don't worry, suffocation won't kill you immediately. When your consciousness is unconscious because of suffocation, it is the moment when your 3 souls and 7 spirits can temporarily get rid of your body. This moment is quite long for you, but when you see it from the outside, it only takes a while, maybe less than 10 seconds. Taisetsu grasped the plastic bag in his hand, bit it, and said, "Okay, then I will do as Lord Jean said. But I'm fine like this?" "Of course not." Lord Jean said, "I still have to let your 3 souls and 7 spirits be able to move, so that you can face this malicious ghost directly. In addition, when you see it, you have to be like this." With that said, Lord Jean walked to the front of the Guanyin statue in front of him and moved the statue away. He took out a pot that looked like a clay tile under the jar, about the size of a palm. "I will put it on the roof. I have already set up the altar on the lower floor. What you have to do is to provoke this malicious ghost and lead it to the pot. I can't do anything to this malicious ghost's body, but I should be able to barely keep it." After Lord Jean carefully told Taisetsu some details that he needed to pay attention to, he let Taisetsu put the plastic bag over his head first, but he didn't tie it. At this time, Lord Jean took off Taisetsu's coat, stuck his fingers with cinnabar, and quickly wrote a lot of Taoist characters on his back. He read quickly, "Today there is he Huifan, the wife of Lin family success, born on the 19th of August, the year of birth, 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 the year of birth. At this time, Lord Jean pressed his hands on Taisetsu's shoulders at the same time and sang loudly. Cheong Lu, jadeite house, green mist fragrance, purple orchid knot, red myrtle pouch. The cloud chariot fairy did not know her, so sending her thanks was ridiculous. If you don't drink cane syrup and weep in the cold, you won't understand the craftiness of a young man. You have the Penglai Palace in heaven, but you have the ghosts of Ma Wei on earth. A chilly wind suddenly blew outside the house. Lord Jean suddenly shouted, "Every injustice has its perpetrator, and every debt has its debtor. Lin Songping, the son of the Lin family success. Today is the time for you to claim your life. Why don't you show yourself now?" In an instant, a wave of greenish-black accompanied by bursts of thunder appeared in front of the villa of the nursing home like rolling sand and dust. "Taisetsu, tie a knot. Remember, you must be fast, don't hesitate. Evil ghosts have no humanity, no heart, only resentment. No need to pity them." Taisetsu silently exhaled and tightened the bag around his neck. As he breathed, the oxygen in this narrow space was quickly consumed. Taisetsu painfully resisted the instinctive urge to tear the plastic bag. He clenched his teeth, and the bag on his head shrank and contracted. Under the great pain and discomfort, Taisetsu realized that a strange feeling was slowly spreading throughout his body. His pupils were wide open, but he couldn't see anything. When he finally felt the existence of the line of sight, he was already standing on the ground again, probably in the state of the soul that Lord Jean had mentioned. He was still in the villa, but it was different from the villa he knew. Now, the villa he was in was ruined, desolate, and full of greenish-black moss. It was like a ruin that had been eroded for decades after being bombed by bombs. He subconsciously looked up and saw a faint golden light shining from above. That was the location of the pot arranged by Lord Jean. The golden light flashed and disappeared, but Taisetsu had accurately remembered its location. The rolling, greenish-black fog on the ground. At this time, in front of Taisetsu, a small figure gradually appeared. Taisetsu subconsciously took a step back, but soon stabilized his body. He took a deep breath. He just did it subconsciously. "I know I'm the only one left in the end. You definitely won't let me go, right?" Taisetsu Wei. The voice from its mouth was like a child's voice, innocent, but with bursts of ghastly ghost. It kept calling this name. "Wei Taisetsu Wei. Wei Taisetsu Wei. Wei Taisetsu Wei. Stop shouting. Come if you want." Taisetsu shouted loudly. It suddenly opened its mouth and flew over. Its hands grabbed Taisetsu's neck, and it kept shouting, "Wei Taisetsu Wei. Wei Taisetsu Wei. Yes, you should hate me like this. Yes." Taisetsu showed an extremely painful expression, and at the same time his hands tightly grasped its hands. "I don't blame you. I won't blame you in my life." But in the room where the altar was placed, Big Head looked out of the window anxiously. "Grandpa, what's going on? Is that damn thing coming? I'm so anxious." Mr. Jean, who was sitting cross-legged, suddenly opened his eyes. "It's coming." "Really?" Big Head's heart suddenly jumped, but he still said worriedly, "But is this pot really useful? Why don't we do it another day? Let's change to a stronger one, at least iron if not steel." "What do you know?" Mr. Jean shouted at this time. "This is an ancient object produced in a tomb of the Song dynasty in Daxing, Anling before the reform. I spent a lot of effort to buy a batch from Mrs. Zhang, Lilinfang. I put it under the statue of Guanyin and read it every day to strengthen its spirituality. It took me more than 30 years to polish it. How can it be useless? But I really don't understand who is Zhang Lilinfang. I'm just worried about my brother Taisetsu." But Big Head didn't dare to speak, because Mr. Jin's expression suddenly became extremely dignified. He sighed heavily. "Taisetsu, you stubborn guy. I asked you to lead it here, not to let you die together with it." Big Head couldn't see it, but But it didn't mean that Mr. Jean couldn't feel it. Taisetsu's soul was now entangled with the ghost soul. Taisetsu couldn't get rid of it, but Mr. Jean wrote so many cinnabar characters on Taisetsu's back. At least he could protect himself. Mr. Jin's eyes flashed with anger at this time. He gritted his teeth, took off the Buddha beads in his hand, and then pierced them between his fingers. Big Head finally saw an incredible scene that made him keep rubbing his eyes. These Buddha beads that looked like they were made of ordinary red sandalwood were exuding, flowing golden light at this time. Then, Lord Jean shouted and threw out the Buddhist bead chain. The Buddhist bead chain instantly turned into a solemn arhat and turned into a golden light that flew away. In the space of the ghosts, Brother Solemn Luohan appeared, as if he had smashed this ghostly space, and directly grabbed Taisetsu and the ghost. The Luohan shouted, like the evening drum and morning bell, shaking the ghost's body. The Luohan suddenly raised his hand and directly slapped the ghost down. A large amount of greenish-black gas crazily poured into the place pot at this time. The pot was like a rainbow sucking in water, and it didn't take long for all the greenish-black gas to be absorbed into it. At this time, a yellow talisman turned into a golden light and directly stuck to the pot. The pot shook crazily at this time, and it calmed down after a long time. Finally, all of this seemed to have calmed down. The Buddha beads that disappeared appeared again and fell to the ground, but they had been broken one by one. Mr. Jean showed an extremely distressed look. This was an extremely precious item given by an eminent monk when he traveled in Tibet when he was young. Now that it was broken and couldn't be used again, he naturally felt like his heart was bleeding. Mr. Jean suddenly spat out a mouthful of pus and blood. In an instant, he seemed to have aged 10 years. He held the altar and couldn't stop gasping, like a person with one foot in the grave. "Old man, what's wrong with you? Don't worry about me first. Go, quickly go and see Taisetsu, let him breathe. Beat his chest with your fist." After tossing and turning for most of the night, Taisetsu slowly woke up. He was still in the temple hall. He glanced at Mr. Jean, who was sitting cross-legged on the futon in front of the Guanyin statue, and there was already a pot with a yellow talisman on the table. "Old man, how are you? I won't die yet, but I'll die soon." Mr. Jean slowly opened his eyes and glared at Taisetsu fiercely. "Fortunately, you didn't worship me as your master. Otherwise, I would have been angered to death by you sooner or later. Did I ask you to die together with this evil spirit?" Taisetsu silently looked at the pot in front of him. It's already inside." Mr. Jean sighed and nodded. "It's inside. From now on, you need to worship it every day and use time to slowly wash away its resentment. Must it be here?" Taisetsu asked subconsciously. Mr. Jean frowned. "What do you want to do?" Taisetsu said bitterly, "Old man, I want to take Sister Lin's child home. I really want to." Taisetsu knelt in front of Mr. Jean with his head lowered. Mr. Jin's heartache of the broken Buddha beads suddenly diluted a lot. He sighed, "Silly boy. Old man, please, Taisetsu kowtows to you." Chapter 635. Early in the morning, Lord Jean collected some morning dew from the flowers and plants outside the villa. He melted a piece of cinnabar and wrote a lot of charms again. He stuck them on the pot that sealed the malicious spirit inside and out. After making a complete set, he handed the pot to Taisetsu. "Remember, you must not remove the charms on it. Otherwise, you and I will be in danger." Lord Jin's face was very pale and weak. Daz held it with both hands as if it was a treasure. "When you put it in Mrs. Lin's house, you must hide it well and put it in a position where it can shine on Chuyang every day. Lastly, it must be in the east." Lord Jean reminded him again. "Don't worry, I will do it well." Taisetsu nodded. "And this scripture book, you take it and read it to Mrs. Lin. Then let her memorize it and read it every morning and night." Lord Jean gave Taisetsu a booklet. Mrs. Lin is the mother of this malicious spirit. As long as she can read it every day honestly, the effect will be better than leaving it with me. Lord Jean, Taisetsu owes you. Lord Jean shook his head and said, Taisetsu, in fact, even if you didn't say it, I was going to send the pot to Mrs. Lin. But since you've said it first, then we'll do as you say. You know, the heart of the world's parents, the power of this heart cannot be underestimated. The Tao of heaven and earth can never be compared to the true feelings of human beings in the world. After a few days, when I have rested enough, I will make some charms and send it. I will use it to wipe the pot every day and speed up the purification process. As for how to make Mrs. Lin read it every day, you can think of a way yourself. But Lord Jean, no matter what, Lord Jean shook his head and waved his hand. Okay, let's not talk about this. I am tired and need to rest. Big Head, drive Taisetsu there. After a night of tossing and turning, I am afraid my old bones will fall apart. Lord Jean massaged his waist while coughing and slowly walked upstairs with the help of the handrail. Soon after, Big Head's beloved car, the Passat, drove out of the villa. Lord Jean sat alone in the armchair in his room, rocking slowly as if he was sleeping. He suddenly sighed. Sin, the old man couldn't help but think back to 20 years ago in the past. Back then, in order to fight for territory, they had done many things that went against their conscience, and the fights between the gangs had resulted in even more casualties. And the reservoir that was built was naturally the most convenient and best place to dispose of corpses. But Lord Jean didn't intend to tell these things to anyone. He didn't care if the other old people would say anything. At the very least, he planned to bury them in the ground. Out of habit, he wanted to count his Buddha beads, but only then did he realize that his Buddha beads had already shattered. Lord Jean slowly closed his eyes. Master Yang Taizi, you said I don't have the fate to become an immortal. It seems to be true. Everything seemed to be nothing more than deceiving oneself and deceiving others. In the car, Taisetsu held the sealed pot in silence. Big Head wanted to liven up the atmosphere, but he didn't know what to say. He could only say, Brother Jia, it's rare to solve such a big problem. Why don't we go eat skewers tonight? It's my treat. We haven't had a drink together for a long time. Big Head, stop in front. I want to buy some mung bean cakes. Sister Lin likes to eat them. Taisetsu suddenly said. Big Head sighed and silently stopped the car on the side of the road. Taisetsu wrapped the pot in his coat. Since he left Lord Jin's villa, he had never let it leave his hand. Then I'll go to the public toilet over there. I've been suffocating since this morning. Big Head said, then got off the car and walked over. Taisetsu didn't say anything. He just nodded and walked into the cake shop. A box of mung bean cakes, 12 yuan. The aunt who bought the cakes sent out the packed mung bean cakes. When she was about to collect the money, her face suddenly changed. Taisetsu was stunned, but in that moment he felt his shoulders were pressed by 2 hands with great strength. Taisetsu turned around and frowned instantly. This was because he saw 2 uniformed policemen standing behind him. Comrade, what's the matter? One of the policemen said, You are Taisetsu Wei. Taisetsu nodded. The other policeman said directly, Taisetsu Wei, please come back with us. Yesterday, another unit in Fuyang district was burglarized. Someone claimed to have seen you sneaking around. So please come back with us to assist in the investigation. Comrade, did you make a mistake? Taisetsu said seriously, I couldn't have been in Fuyang district last night. I was in a nursing home. I have someone who can prove it. Even if you don't have proof, you still have to go back. You have to confront the person who claimed to have seen you. Comrade, you really made a mistake. Why would I steal something? Humph? You wouldn't? The policeman sneered and said, Are you a habitual offender? When someone reported you, we already checked your file. What? You don't want to cooperate and help us with our work. Comrade, there must be some misunderstanding. Taisetsu frowned and said, Also, I have something urgent to do. Really? Taisetsu, please cooperate with our work. Don't try to play tricks. The policeman suddenly shouted. Daz took a deep breath, nodded, and said, Okay, but can I put something down? It's in the car outside. It belongs to my friend. I can go back with you. Leave what? The policeman suddenly shouted. What are you holding in your hand? It's wrapped so tightly. It can't be stolen goods, right? Comrade, it definitely can't be stolen. It really can't be stolen. Taisetsu panicked. Give it to me. Don't come over. No one is allowed to touch it. Taisetsu stared angrily. The two policemen immediately tensed up and shouted, Taisetsu, what are you doing? This is the street and we are the police. If you don't cooperate, don't blame us. Okay, I'll go back with you, and this really can't be stolen goods. Taisetsu opened the clothes wrapped around the pot. Look, does this thing look like stolen goods? What is this? Bone ash. It belongs to a friend of mine. Aren't we going to send it back home? If you don't believe me, then I'll open it for you to see. Taisetsu said indifferently and planned to open the thing. The two police officers immediately had some misgivings about something as unlucky as bone ashes. When they saw that the pot was covered with talismans, they became even more fearful. One of the police officers simply snorted and said no need. Whether it's stolen goods or not, we'll also take it back for investigation. Take it away. One of the policemen took Taisetsu to the police car parked on the side of the road, while the other policeman made a phone call outside. A flattering smile. Hello, Master Shao, it's just as you said. This Taisetsu is with Big Head now. When Big Head's car appeared, we noticed it. Now Wei Taisetsu is in our car. Then Director Shao will take Taisetsu back for interrogation now. Do you have any other ideas? Don't go too far. This kid has someone protecting him. If you make it too ugly, you won't be able to get over it for my sake. As for you, just interrogate him properly, then lock him up for 2 or 3 days. Then say that you've investigated thoroughly, release him, and teach him a little lesson. After that, just pretend nothing happened. The policeman chuckled. It's fine. There are many cases of theft, and this is a repeat offender. Even if you have to lock him up for a few more days, it won't be a problem. We'll do our best. Okay, the next time I have a chance to have a meal with your director, I'll say a few good words. But remember, you're doing your job. It's normal. You're working hard without letting go of any clues. It has nothing to do with me. For you policemen to solve a case, it's normal to first look for repeat offenders like this, right? Yes. Director Shao, you're right. We're doing our job seriously. Then we'll take Taisetsu back. Go. Xiao Yuqing turned off his phone. Sitting at home, he opened a bottle of red wine and drank it in a good mood. How to say it? Although Taisetsu was protected by Old Man Jean, and Xiao Yuqing didn't want to go too far. But if he didn't teach this troublesome Taisetsu a lesson, Xiao Yuqing wouldn't feel good. There was no other reason than feeling bad. Chapter 636. Big Head walked out of the restroom while holding his pants. He happened to see a police car pass by him. Big Head was stunned, but he saw Taisetsu sitting in the car. He quickly ran to the bakery and asked. Only then did he know when and how Taisetsu was taken away. F***CK. This is obviously a false accusation. Big Head frowned. Xiao Yuqing, this old fox, really dared to play dirty. Big Head hurriedly drove the car back to the nursing home. Kacha, the iron gate of the detention room, was closed. Taisetsu frowned. Not only was he here, but there were also 2 other men. Taisetsu grabbed the iron bar and asked the police, Comrade, aren't you going to interrogate me first? Why did you lock me up? What are you nagging about? Do you want to plead guilty so soon? We don't have time now. There aren't enough interrogation rooms. When we call you, we will call you. Just stay here. Comrade. Taisetsu couldn't help but shout, that pot is really my friend's ashes. Don't break it. Quiet. Such an unlucky thing. Who would touch it? If you make any more noise, there will be no food for you. Comrade! Comrade! But the person had already left. Taisetsu hit the iron gate angrily. If it wasn't for the fact that he couldn't cause trouble for others, he might have resisted before he was caught. But he had the pot in his hand. If he messed around and broke it, is it Xiaoyuqing, this old fox? Taisetsu hit the iron gate again. Hey, brother, are you very noisy? Can't you see that I can't sleep because of your noise? A man who was lying down sat up at this time. He cracked his fingers. It seems that I have to teach you a good lesson. Another guy with a thick waist and thick arms sat up at this time, revealing a grin. They approached Taisetsu at the same time. President Xiao said not to go too far. Don't worry, those two guys know their limits. All right then, I'll ask around tomorrow and release him. President Xiao said that there's someone who's protecting her in case things get out of hand. All right, it's just a few beatings, it's nothing. Besides, President Xiao is Chief Cheng's brother-in-law. What's there to be afraid of? Oh right, do you want to put this thing here? This damn thing. Don't tell me you're planning to bring it home. The policeman picked up the pot on the table and shook it casually. It's so light. It's empty. There's nothing inside. Don't mess with this thing. It's a little annoying to look at. I say, you brat, are you afraid of this thing? His companion laughed heartily before tossing it over to the other party. It's really empty. If you don't believe me, take a look for yourself. I say, you phew. The man hurriedly caught the pot and broke out in a cold sweat. However, when he saw the smirk on the other party's face, he immediately became angry and threw the pot back at the other party. Haha, I'm not afraid. He caught it steadily, and then, as if he was performing a circus, he casually threw it a few times. However, for some reason, he seemed to have heard a terrifying, ghost-like roar coming from the pot. His hand trembled, and he couldn't hold the pot firmly, and it fell to the ground. Damn, Mickey, you bastard! I told you not to play with it. His companion looked at the broken pot on the ground and immediately frowned. However, his companion, Mickey, was looking down at the ground motionlessly. He couldn't help but approach him. Are you stupid? Only then did he slowly raise his head. A strange smile appeared on his face, and a greenish-black light flashed in his eyes. The two big men were holding their stomachs and lying on the ground, groaning in pain. As for Taisetsu, he was rubbing his wrist. The two big men used a lot of strength. His left wrist was actually sprained. However, he had always been doing physical work. Although he was already over 30 years old, Taisetsu's physical strength didn't deteriorate much compared to when he was young. It was probably because his fighting experience and reaction weren't as nimble as when he was young. That was why he was slightly injured. I don't want to make trouble. Let's just stay here. Do you hear me? Taisetsu looked at the two and said in a low voice, Yes, yes. The two big men painfully raised their heads and nodded. One had to know that this was a tough nut to crack. Only a ghost would accept this job. In their hearts, they had long been cursing the guy outside with dog blood. Taisetsu sighed and leaned against the iron gate. He didn't know why, but he suddenly felt uneasy. He saw the two big men who originally sat down suddenly raise their heads and looked at him with dull eyes. Taisetsu's uneasiness instantly rose to the peak. The two big men in front of him reached out their hands at the same time and shouted his name in a terrifying voice. Taisetsu Wei. Wei, Taisetsu Wei, could it be? Taisetsu had a bad idea in his heart. However, the two big men in front of him crazily threw themselves at him and even strangled his neck. Facing this situation, Taisetsu could only instinctively fight back. He fiercely punched one of the big men's face and directly bent the man's nose bridge. This guy seemed to be unconscious and didn't reduce the strength of his hand at all. Taisetsu had no choice but to continue to beat the man's face crazily. It wasn't until the strength of the man's hand seemed to relax a little that Daz seized the opportunity. He bent his waist and stepped on the two people's stomachs at the same time with both legs. He suddenly stretched hard and used all his strength to finally kick the two people away. After the two big men fell to the ground, they quickly got up again. Taisetsu frowned. His body flashed, and the two people directly hit the iron gate without any sense of reason. Daz clenched his fists, preparing for the next battle. But unexpectedly, the two men suddenly fell to the ground at this time, motionless. At the same time, the lock on the iron gate opened automatically with a click. The iron gate creaked and opened automatically. The iron gate creaked, and it was pushed open automatically. Daz touched his neck in surprise, and his heart trembled. He took a deep breath and walked out vigilantly. Along the way, some of the different detention rooms were empty, and some had people inside, but at this time they also fell to the ground. The last door was also open at this time. Taisetsu thought for a while and took a baton from a policeman on the ground and held it in his hand. He finally walked to the empty hall of the police station. However, the door was indeed tightly shut and couldn't be opened no matter how hard he tried. The landline phone in the reporting room couldn't be made either. Is there anyone? Is there anyone? Taisetsu walked alone in the corridor where the lights were flickering and the windows were tightly shut. He tried to hit the glass with the baton in his hand, but it couldn't even break the glass. Is there anyone? Finally, he found the office where the two policemen who caught him were, but found that the two people fell to the ground at the same time, motionless. On the ground there was the broken pot. Old man, how is it? No, the phone can't be reached at all. No one answered. In Big Head's car, Jin Yi frowned. This is not good. Is there a situation? What situation will there be? You mean Xiao Yuqing may let someone do something to Brother Zhu inside? Taisetsu said angrily. That's okay, I'm afraid. Jin Yi said seriously. The evil spirit in the police station is strong, and the resentment is strong. If that thing comes out in such a place, its power will increase greatly. As Jin Yi said, he subconsciously looked in the direction of the so-called police station. Suddenly, his face changed dramatically. He pinched his fingers, then whispered a few words. Finally, his fingers touched his eyes. In his sight, he saw a terrifying greenish-black gas, shrouding the sky at this time. It's too late. What's too late? You mean that thing has been released? What should we do? Every injustice has its perpetrator. Every debt has its debtor. We can only resign ourselves to fate. Jin Yi closed his eyes. It can only depend on Taisetsu's own fortune. Big Head hit the steering wheel angrily. This is not my brother's problem. Why do they have to find him? He has been suffering like this for so many years. Why don't they let him go? Big Head, what exactly happened in the past? Tell me about it. Maybe you can find out where the crux is, and maybe you can think of a way. Big Head knew that he couldn't hide it anymore, so he frowned and said, At that time I was unlucky. I was caught selling pirated discs and was locked up for a few days. I wasn't there when they kidnapped me, but later, when I came out, I asked about it when I visited the prison. Big Head quickly recalled. Only Along was willing to tell me. At that time, Brother Zhe had already talked to Sang Kuan. But later, Xiao, who was blinded by money, so he took a risk and planned to get the ransom from Lin Qinggong. But I don't know how Sang Kuan found out about this. But he also wanted the money. However, that Lin Qinggong actually quietly called the police. On the day of the ransom, the police were already in ambush, so it became a three-way chase. Xiao, who succeeded in getting the ransom. Speaking of which, Xiao, who was too crazy, he actually asked for 3 million in cash. Well, I know in the process of this matter, there was a fight. Xiao, who alone killed several of Sang Kuan's henchmen. In the end, Xiao, who took the child and escaped to an abandoned house by the reservoir. The police sealed the mountain and searched step by step and finally found them. Chapter 637. Captain, it's all locked down. The helicopter is in position. Remember, the most important thing is to ensure the safety of the hostage. In addition, the criminal is extremely dangerous. He stole a gun. Once you find him, kill him immediately after ensuring the safety of the hostage. Comrade, comrade, you must save my child. I beg you. The woman knelt on the ground and begged. Sister-in-law, don't be like this. We will definitely save him. The man helped the woman up and hurriedly comforted her. At this moment, a loud sound suddenly echoed in the mountains. The captain's face changed slightly. The gunshot, is it from that direction? The gunshot could reverberate, but the screams could not travel so far. Taisetsu painfully covered his left shoulder. There was no doubt that it was hit by a bullet. In the messy mountain forest, Xiaohu's eyes were red and bloodshot. He was strangling the child in his hand. His hand that had just fired the gun was trembling, but he did not put it down. I said, "Don't force me." "Xiaohu, you're crazy. This is Brother Zhe. You really shot. Put down the gun. Put it down. I have no choice. Don't force me. Go. Go." The young Taisetsu gritted his teeth. He was sweating, but he grabbed Along's arm and stood up with difficulty. "Xiaohu, stop playing. Come back with me. Your wife is still waiting for you in the hospital. She is about to give birth. Have you forgotten? Come, go back. Stop playing, brother." Xiaohu stepped back step by step. Taisetsu and the others slowly approached. But at this moment, a rumbling sound was heard. They could see a helicopter flying over. The person on the helicopter had already used a loudspeaker and shouted, "Put down the weapon! Put down the hostage! You can't escape! I repeat, put down the weapon! Put down!" Xiaohu, stop fooling around. Taisetsu was still approaching, and the brothers behind him were also slowly approaching. The child was crying in horror, and his face was pale. Xiaohu glanced at the big bag on his back. In it was the ransom of 3 million yuan. But facing the helicopter that was about to arrive, and the police at the foot of the mountain, in front of the brothers of many years, he fiercely fired a few shots at the ground. "Ah, don't come over. If you come any closer, I'll shoot you. Or me. I'll beat him to death." The gun was once again pressed against the child's head. Little Tiger stepped back step by step to escape. Taisetsu's arm was bleeding. Everyone tore his clothes and tied it directly to his shoulder. Along said in horror, "Brother Zhe, we can't do anything about this anymore. Let's hide before the police find us." "No, I should have watched you send her back. It's my fault." Taisetsu pushed Along away. "My fault. I'll make up for it. I can't watch little Tiger continue to make mistakes. You don't have to follow me. You can go down the mountain from there. No, if you don't leave, we won't leave either. What did we say about killing a chicken head and burning yellow paper? We'll share blessings and misfortunes together." Those were the days when he was in high spirits. In the Jianghu, there was no such thing as revenge. Taisetsu sat silently on the chair in the office. No matter how hard he tried, there was no way to leave this place. The 2 policemen lying on the ground showed no signs of waking up. Taisetsu silently looked at a photo on his wallet. Wallet and some of his belongings were found here. The 2 policemen just left his things here and didn't seem to have time to deal with them. His wife, his child, and him. This was a family photo taken during the first month of his child's birth. Taisetsu's eyes were a little hazy as he stroked this memory. A line from a movie in the early years suddenly floated in Taisetsu's mind. "Sooner or later, you'll have to return to where you came from." Every person in the underworld should be able to chew this line in the end. It wasn't just a line, right? "Wanzai always let me bask in the sun. I play bask in the sun. Sword light, let me break through," singing the lyrics of Big Head's favorite song. A drop of tear slowly fell from Taisetsu's eyes. The 2 policemen lying on the ground suddenly propped themselves up with their hands. Their limbs were very stiff, and their movements were also stiff. Their bones made cracking sounds, and then they finally stood up unsteadily. Taisetsu silently looked at them, and suddenly he wasn't afraid anymore. He smiled meaninglessly and casually took out a cigarette from the cigarette box on the table, and lit it for himself. Outside this room, people slowly walked in. Some were in uniforms, some were in suits, some were in prison clothes, some were uncles, some were young people, and even some were sweeping the floor. There was also a chef with a whistle in his hand. People crowded the left and right ends of the corridor, and then approached this small door. Everyone here was chanting the same name, not orderly, but never interrupted. Wei Taisetsu, Wei Taisetsu, Wei Taisetsu, Wei Taisetsu. No need to call me that again. Taisetsu shook his head. I won't go anywhere, I'll just stay here. This life is yours. He put out the cigarette, but stood up and then opened his hands and closed his eyes. Come on. This life is yours. In the future, don't give other people trouble. Wei Taisetsu, give me back my life. A figure with a sharp and hateful voice broke through the crowd. He held a knife in his hand and directly pierced Taisetsu's abdomen. Taisetsu's face shrunk and his eyes widened, but he didn't make a sound. He just endured it. The room seemed to have been infinitely enlarged. The small office in front of him, in a flash, crazily moved around and became vast and boundless. This vast and boundless place instantly lost everything it was supposed to have, turning into a dull gray. The floor turned into a surface filled with black water, while the ceiling turned into a dense, dark cloud. The surroundings were intertwined with green and black mountains. The green and black fog filled the surroundings, and there were people in front of him. They were the people who were under control, and they completely surrounded Taisetsu. They took on the appearance of evil spirits, biting his arms and body, as if they wanted to devour him completely in this place. You come to me too. Cold, terrifying, under the water. Suddenly there was a shrill cry, mixed with countless voices. It was the sound of everyone wailing together. From the black water, a small figure floated up. It was the appearance of a naked child. Come to me to accompany me. Its body was entangled with a mess of black arms. Some arms protected its body from behind, and some entangled its hands and legs. Some arms stretched out from its back, covering its eyes. These arms stretched out from under the black water, as if there was no end. Okay, I'll accompany you. In the frenzied biting, Taisetsu said calmly, I'll accompany you. It suddenly let out a shrill cry, and those people who were biting fell down one after another. The arms behind its back stretched out crazily, lifting up Taisetsu's body, which was full of holes, and dragging him over. It lifted him up and faced him face to face, and began to slowly sink into the black water surface. Uncle, run! Run! Taisetsu raised his head subconsciously, but saw the child who was trapped by the arms, said sadly, Uncle, run! You are. Run, run, they. I can't control them. Run, they quick. The child's mouth suddenly cracked open. Taisetsu, Wei! Wei Taisetsu, Wei! Come to accompany me, accompany me. Those black arms stretched out from the water surface, more frantically at this time. They wrapped around the child one by one, and at the same time they stretched toward Des frantically. But when these arms touched Taisetsu's back, they suddenly shrank back painfully as if they touched a flame. It was the Taoist words written by Lord Jean on his back. Taisetsu didn't remember to wash them off. They still had some residual effect. Taisetsu, Wei! But this aroused their ferocious nature. Taisetsu suddenly quivered, tearing off his clothes. The words on his back emitted a weak golden light, driving away the shadows of the twisted black arms that grabbed him. Let him go! Taisetsu shouted angrily, stretching out his hand to pry open the arms that covered his eyes, but he pulled away the arms that wrapped around him and pulled him out from them. Let him go! Let him go! Let him go! Uncle, it's okay this time. I'll definitely save you. I definitely will. The black water started to boil crazily at this time, and a terrifying and invisible face opened its huge mouth under the boiling water. He's mine. He's mine. Come to accompany me, accompany me. Taisetsu held the child in front of him tightly, but his body kept sinking under the water. The Taoist words on his back suddenly burst out a brilliant golden light, rushing toward the sky. A gap was opened in this terrifying space. Taisetsu-wei, can you hear me? Taisetsu-wei. It was Lord Jin's voice. Taisetsu suddenly looked toward the gap. Taisetsu-wei, the situation is critical. Listen to me, I'm outside. I can only open this gap. Come out quickly. Quick, I can't hold on for long. Quick, quick, quick. You old bastard again. Under the water, the horrifying face roared crazily. The gap that was opened closed quickly at this time, and the light beam that shot out from the gap contracted quickly. At the same time, more arms were not even afraid of being burned and disappeared. They flew forward and wrapped around Daz, and the child one after another. Uncle. Taisetsu suddenly lowered his head and looked at the child, smiling. Don't be afraid this time, I'll let him go. Uncle. Taisetsu roared, twisting his body and using the golden light behind him to resist the black arms. He gritted his teeth and pushed the child toward the light beam. I'll replace you. Uncle. The huge mouth under the water suddenly rushed out and swallowed Daz. Looking at the child, seeing that the little guy had entered the range of the light beam and slowly rose into the air, Daz slowly closed his eyes. If only I could replace you that day, how good would that be? He was swallowed by the complete darkness. Xiaohu! Xiaohu! Taisetsu's, Along's, and a few brothers' voices kept appearing in Xiaohu's ears at this place with no way out at the cliff. Don't come over, don't. I beg you, don't come over. Xiaohu still pointed the gun at the child's head. Save me. Wah. Xiaohu, be obedient. Put down the gun. Taisetsu took 2 steps forward, gritting his teeth and enduring the pain. Be obedient, okay? Don't make any more mistakes. It's dangerous later. Brother? Xiaohu cried, I can't. I killed so many people. I don't want to go back. Xiaohu, turn back. I can't. Xiaohu wailed emotionally. I can't go back. I'm a useless person. I can't earn money. I can't find a good job. My wife is about to give birth. I'm still gambling. I'm useless. I'm really useless, so don't worry about me. Don't worry about me. Brother Zhe, I beg you, don't worry about me anymore. Don't cry. Cry again. I'll kill you. Xiaohu, don't be impulsive. I can't go back. Xiaohu shook his head. I'm dead. Xiaohu, you said it yourself. Your child is about to be born. Do you have the heart to do that? Don't you want to see your son born? Child. My child. Xiaohu was startled, my child. He slowly put down the gun in his hand. Taisetsu's eyes lit up at this time, slowly approaching. Oh, right, Xiaohu. Your wife told us that she wants you to go back. She wants to see you. She also asked me to ask you if you've already changed the child's name. Really? When did I lie to you? Taisetsu continued to approach. If you don't believe me, you can go back with me. Won't you find out? Oh, right. The doctor also said that she had a difficult birth. Aren't you going to see her? I. Xiaohu subconsciously loosened his arms a little. Rumble. You can't run anymore. Put down your weapons, let go of the hostage, and surrender. The helicopter flew over the forest and appeared above everyone's head, roaring. You lied to me. I don't want to go back. Xiaohu agitatedly tightened his arms again and subconsciously stepped back. There was no way to retreat. Taisetsu jumped out, and his brothers behind him also jumped out. The latter just grabbed Taisetsu's legs. But Taisetsu's whole body was stuck to the cliff at this time. He could only barely grab the bag of Xiaohu's backpack with one hand. Xiaohu could only grab the strap on his back and hold the child's clothes with the other hand. The injured arm was bleeding profusely, dripping onto Xiaohu's face. Xiaohu was terrified at this time, trying to grab and pull himself up. Save me, brother. Brother. I don't want to die, I don't want to die, I don't want to die. Uncle. Wah. His left hand felt like it was being torn apart. The belt slipped off his fingers, bit by bit. The frightened child kept shaking his body on the other side. His brothers behind him were shouting frantically. I want to see my child, I want to see. I'm sorry. I'm really wrong. Brother, Mom. Woo-woo. I want to go home. Mom. I want to go home. Taisetsu closed his eyes. Mom, falling into the depths of the abyss, sinking into the seemingly endless darkness. Taisetsu didn't know how deep these arms were going to drag him down. He only knew that at this time the arms were inserted into his body from all parts of his body. They should be planning to tear him apart in this place. Taisetsu Taisetsu, do you think this can make up for your sins? You will suffer endless pain here. You will always be with us. Always, always. Okay. Do you think you can save him? That old thing is full of injuries. He won't be able to hold on. Ha ha ha. Taisetsu suddenly opened his eyes. He saw that above him, Mrs. Lin's child, Lord Jean, and Big Head were also dragged into this place. All of them had lost consciousness. How can this be? The pain was magnified crazily. It was something deeper than the darkness. No matter what, at least I can save them. I already can't do anything. I can only watch again. This time I don't even have a choice. Taisetsu subconsciously reached out his hand, but he couldn't grab the person above him. A key appeared here at this time. This key was Chapter 638. Taisetsu had heard this voice before. It was the voice of the young man who was willing to give him hot tea, give him a place to stay, and was willing to believe in him. Taisetsu did not even think about it as he grabbed the key. In his palm, a blazing stream of air gushed out. Boundless light burst out from his fist and instantly pierced through the surrounding darkness. The key was no longer an ordinary key. It was elongating and transforming into the shape of a sword. You are indeed suitable for Jeanlu. It also likes you a lot. When you were willing to replace Sister Lin's child, it liked you and wanted to help you. Luochio? Taisetsu tightly held Jeanlu in his hand. However, you cannot withstand Jeanlu's power. If you use it, you will die, truly die. Your soul will dissipate and no trace of your existence will remain. Are you willing to do that? It doesn't matter, Taisetsu calmly said. He suddenly took a deep breath and raised the ancient sword that gave him endless power. He charged forward and swung the sword. The souls that were dragging Sister Lin's son, Big Head, and Lord Jin's arms were instantly cut off. I wish that I could replace you that day. If I could be given another chance, a chance to start all over again. If not, then this time, no matter what, at least let me save you. Countless, mournful cries could be heard. The pitch-black surface of the water surged crazily. However, a dazzling radiance burst out from the surface of the water and rushed into the sky with shocking might. Along with the shattering of the darkness came the mournful cries of the souls. It was as if nothing had happened. However, a large number of people fell to the ground. Regardless of whether they were policemen or those who were being controlled, they all fell to the ground. The corridor was densely packed with people. Taisetsu even saw Lord Jean and Big Head who had fallen to the ground. They seemed to have only fainted. Everyone here had only fainted and were lying on the ground. However, the clear sable sword in his hand seemed exceptionally simple and calm. A sense of intimacy even entered his thoughts. Taisetsu stared blankly at the glowing ball of light floating in front of his eyes. This was his Mrs. Lin's child. Taisetsu didn't even need to ask anyone to feel it. He wanted to grab it, but his brows suddenly furrowed. His hand subconsciously touched his abdomen. There was still a small knife there. It had been stabbed in by someone under the control of the evil ghost. Blood instantly stained his palm. Taisetsu only glanced at it indifferently and reached out to grab the light ball again. But he immediately pulled back his hand. He put down the clear sable sword in his other hand. However, just as his hand was about to leave, Luachio's voice sounded behind him. Taisetsu, once you let go of the clear sable sword, you won't be able to hold on. Are you sure you want to let go of it? If you don't, you might be able to hold on for a while. Taisetsu's shoulders trembled, but he didn't turn around. He took a deep breath and looked at his blood-stained palm. He said softly, "The other hand, this hand is too dirty. It's not good." Therefore, he abandoned the clear sable sword and used his clean hand to grab the small ball of soul. He said softly, "Come, I'll bring you back to see your mother, okay? I'll bring you home." Even though the voice continued to sound behind him, perhaps out of kindness or to remind him of something, Taisetsu turned a deaf ear. Or perhaps he didn't intend to listen. He could feel that his body was about to shatter. His steps were difficult, as if he was walking on a mountain of swords, but he was abnormally firm. The clear sable sword, which was abandoned on the table, started to tremble violently. It floated up in an instant, but it seemed to be restrained by something. It seemed unwilling, but in the end, it gradually returned to the appearance of a key. This was because it was just an item that was stored in the inventory and buried in the club's warehouse. It was passed down from generation to generation and now belonged to the new boss. No matter how much it wanted to leave, it couldn't leave this rule in the hands of the boss who had given it ownership. Taisetsu can't control your power. Using it once is his limit. Luochio grabbed the key back to his hand expressionlessly. He asked those who had fainted to stand up with their eyes closed and return to their original positions. He also asked Jinyi and Big Head to sit on the chairs in the hall. Finally, the boss snapped his fingers, and this place resumed its original operation. Everyone carried out what they were supposed to do a moment ago, seamlessly. Only Jinyi and Big Head looked at each other in shock and uncertainty. The people on the road didn't seem to notice his existence. Even if such a person was bleeding from the wounds on his body was like a pixel, constantly splitting and reassembling. Repeatedly, no one would be able to detect it. For Taisetsu, his focus was only on the front. Yes, there was only one road that he wanted to finish. The old man in charge of the community didn't seem to notice such a horrible person walking in front of him to one of the buildings. Taisetsu came to the door of Mrs. Lin's house. When he was about to knock on the door, Taisetsu paused, flicking his hair and tidying up his clothes. "Who is it?" "Mrs. Lin. It's me. Ganjing." Wait. I'm cooking, wait." Mrs. Lin touched the wall and came to the door step by step. She opened the door clumsily. "Ganjing, you came to see Mrs. Lin again? Why didn't you inform me in advance?" "Mrs. Lin, I brought your son back." Didn't we agree to have dinner at your house last time? It's not the first day yet." Mrs. Lin gave a start and then smiled. "It's Saturday, but it's good that you're here. Mrs. Lin will go downstairs to buy some fried chicken for you." No need. Scrambled eggs are good enough." "I brought him back. What's wrong with you? You look tired." Mrs. Lin reached out to grab Taisetsu's arm. "Ganjing, are you not feeling well? Why are your hands so cold?" "Maybe I caught a cold." Come in. Don't just stand there. Come in and sit down. Be careful. Walk slowly." Mrs. Lin helped Taisetsu and sat down smoothly. "It's just a small cold. Why do you make me feel like a patient?" Taisetsu used the last of his strength to make himself look energetic. "A small cold is also an illness." "Silly boy." Mrs. Lin smiled. "Sit down first. I'll finish cooking." Mrs. Lin walked into the kitchen. Taisetsu covered his abdomen and opened his coat. A ball of light slowly floated out and then slowly floated into the kitchen. It floated beside Mrs. Lin like a happy fairy. Taisetsu's face had an ugly smile. Mrs. Lin, I'm done cooking. You can eat now. Mrs. Lin held the dishes and walked out using the wall. If it was in the past, Ganjing would immediately come up to support her, but this time he didn't. Mrs. Lin couldn't help but feel a little strange, so she continued to shout, Ganjing? 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 I just fell asleep for a while. Taisetsu propped himself up and slowly sat down at the dining table. Only then did Aunt Lin smile and sit down as well. Why don't you have a good rest at Aunt Lin's place after dinner? No need. I'll leave later. Taisetsu smiled and said, I came this time to say goodbye to you. I'm going to work somewhere else soon. So soon? Mrs. Lin put down the chopsticks in her hand. Didn't you just come back for a few days? Why are you leaving again? Well, you're busy with work. I won't nag you. How long will you be gone this time? It's irregular. Maybe it'll be longer this time. Actually, I really want to tell you, Mrs. Lin nodded. It's okay. It doesn't matter how long. You're doing a good job. I support you. 10,000 support. Come, don't just stand there. Help yourself to the food. I might be leaving later. I just wanted to see you before I leave. Actually, I'm that. Really, you're in such a hurry. You should have just called me and told me. Mrs. Lin shook her head and then used a spoon to scoop some scrambled eggs. Eat more. You'll have strength later after you're full. Taisetsu held the bowl in tears and choked. Mrs. Lin, actually, What's wrong? Are you not feeling well? Mrs. Lin tilted her head and moved closer. What do you want to say to me? The soul light ball slowly floated to Taisetsu's side and stopped in his hand. Gradually, the light ball turned into a shadow and a pair of small hands held Taisetsu's hand. She shook her head gently at him. Taisetsu moved his lips and looked into his eyes. He seemed to understand what he meant. Taisetsu took a deep breath and finally said, I want to say if I could eat your dishes every day, every meal. That would be great. Oh, you scared me. I thought you were going to say something. Mrs. Lin breathed a sigh of relief. So you're trying to make me happy again. If you really want to eat, tell me in advance the next time you come back. I'll prepare more delicious food for you. Don't eat scrambled eggs every time. I'm sorry. Taisetsu knelt on the ground and leaned on Mrs. Lin's knee. He cried painfully, I'm sorry. Mrs. Lin, I'm sorry. I'm really, really sorry. Ganjing, what's wrong with you? What's wrong? Mrs. Lin touched Taisetsu's shoulder in a panic. Calm down. Why are you crying? Child, have you been wronged outside? Don't cry, don't cry. I'm sad to hear you cry. I let go at that time. I could have brought your child back, but I let go. I chose to save my brother. I'm sorry. Ganjing, don't cry. Seeing you like this, Mrs. Lin also wants to cry. Child, have you been wronged? If I tell you, what will you do? I don't dare to think about it. It's not easy for you to get over this hurdle. I don't want you to accept such a cruel thing again. I want to confess everything to you. Mrs. Lin, I'm fine. Taisetsu shook his head. I just encountered a little setback, and then I had to leave again. I can't visit you often and take care of you. You scared me to death. Mrs. Lin patted her chest and sighed. I thought you did something bad. Silly boy, who doesn't suffer a little. Look at me, didn't I come here too? The days are long. You're a man. Why are you crying? Be brave and wipe your tears. Isn't there a saying that tomorrow will be better? As Mrs. Lin spoke, she tried to lift Taisetsu's body with both hands. Taisetsu cooperated and sat down. Mrs. Lin knows you'll get over it, no matter what the difficulties are. Mrs. Lin said with a smile, I have no relatives. I can't remember my husband and child. I've been alone for a long time. But Mrs. Lin was able to meet you. That's the greatest reward God has given me. So, Mrs. Lin has long regarded you as her son. You, if you're unhappy or uncomfortable, just tell Mrs. Lin. Don't be afraid. Taisetsu bit his lips. If you want to cry, come to Mrs. Lin and cry. Don't do it outside. How embarrassing would that be? Mrs. Lin grabbed Taisetsu's hand. If you're tired, come here. Treat this as your home. Okay, let's eat. Let's eat. Okay, Taisetsu said softly. Let me pick up some food for you. Okay, good boy. When Taisetsu picked up a dish, the hand holding the chopsticks collapsed in an instant. It turned into countless particles and dissipated in the air. Taisetsu gritted his teeth and reached out with his other hand to catch the chopsticks. Only then did he not startle. But at this time his legs were also rapidly disappearing. His body was also collapsing in an even more orderly manner. Mrs. Lin ate her meal. She didn't know that the figure formed by the ball of soul light was hugging her tightly from behind and slowly falling asleep, and also slowly dissipating. I don't know why, but Mrs. Lin suddenly feels like the whole family is here. Mrs. Lin subconsciously touched her face. Why am I crying? Ganjing? Ganjing? Mrs. Lin, I have to go. Little by little, Taisetsu's body had completely dissipated. So soon? Mrs. Lin hurriedly stood up. Let me send you off. No need. I'm leaving. Just let Ganjing remain in your heart forever, okay? Mother. Lin. Dissipating with the wind, not leaving a single trace. Ganjing? Ganjing? Mrs. Lin called out a few times, but in the end, she did not get a response. Already gone? Why didn't you say hello? She shook her head and sat down silently. She ate alone and the house was quiet. How about... Mrs. Lin suddenly put down her chopsticks. Knit another scarf for Ganjing? She seemed to have something to do again. She did not feel dull and lonely as if she had been injected with new vitality. At the funeral, some of the Luo family's relatives who could be called out, or those who could not be called out, were silent and some were in pain. This was the 7th day after Grandma Xiaochun passed away. The younger ones, such as Luo Shan, Luo Zheng, and others, had calmed down a lot. They also had to calm down because they were busy receiving those who came to offer condolences. They were busy from the day to the evening, and they still had to prepare meals for everyone. In the evening, Luo Shan came to Luocho's house and knocked on the door. The door was opened soon. Luo Shan glanced at it and saw a luggage bag in the living room. Are you leaving? Luo Shan looked at Luocho, blinked her beautiful eyes, and asked. Luocho nodded. The high-speed train will be later. I have booked the ticket. That's right. You have been here for so many days. Luo Shan nodded. How about I send you there? No need. Luocho smiled and said, You have been busy all day. Have a good rest. I called a Didi car. It will be here soon. With that said, a black car had already stopped on the village road. The lights of the car even shone here. I see. Luo Shan also nodded. In the end, she watched Luocho take the luggage bag, close the door, and walk out. Before getting into the car, Luocho suddenly handed out the key. By the way, if you are free, can you help me take care of it? Luo Shan stroked her hair and took it with a chuckle. Sure, but I have to hire someone. That's fine too. Luocho nodded. Well, I will give you a fixed service fee every month. Luo Shan was stunned and subconsciously reached out to gently knock Luocho's head. But after that, she realized that this behavior was a bit inappropriate and a bit too intimate, so she quickly said, If you want to give me money, I won't take care of it for you. Sorry. Luocho smiled. Then I'll have to trouble you. Just drop me off here. Seeing Luocho open the door, Luo Shan suddenly said at this time, Luocho! Is there anything else? Luo Shan moved her lips, then smiled slightly, like a fairy smiling in the breeze, and said softly, Next time when you come back, let's make osmanthus syrup together. Luocho nodded, then opened the door and got in the car. The car didn't stop and directly drove out of the village road at this time. Luo Shan waited until it was completely out of sight, then sighed. Looking at the key in her hand, she lowered her head and smiled. Her mood was a bit light, so she planned to go back and make a cup of osmanthus syrup hot tea. Next time, the car quickly drove out of the village road and then went on the way to the high-speed railway station. At this time, the driver in front suddenly asked, Don't you need to stay for a few days? I think Luo Shan seems to be reluctant to leave. No need. Luochio smiled and said, It's not that I won't come back. But have you dealt with your things? The driver nodded and said indifferently, I told Mr. Jean and Big Head that I plan to go on a trip to relax. I don't know when I will come back. In addition, I got a sum of money for Big Head to take good care of Sister Lin in the future. As for Xiao Yuqing, I sneaked into his house and his brother-in-law, Bureau Chief Cheng's house, and found a lot of useful things. I also gave them to Mr. Jean and asked him to help report it. Mr. Jean was happy to hear it. He had to let people know that even if he retired, he was not someone to be trifled with. I heard that Xiao Yuqing was taken away by the people from the city today, and so was Bureau Chief Cheng. At this time, they are already interrogating the city to identify their relatives. I didn't ask about this. Luochio shook his head. The driver was silent for a while, then sighed and said, I just quietly went to burn incense for Grandma Xiaochun. Then I also took a look at Tingting and the child. There's nothing to worry about. From the perspective of the rearview mirror, the driver was actually very young, probably in his early 20s. Around his neck, there was a gray scarf of a single design that wasn't even that well made. Under the scarf, one could see a key hanging on a silver chain. The key could be transformed into a weapon at will, a sword known as the divine weapon, Zhanlu. Then, please work hard in the future. Luochio smiled slightly and looked out of the car window. The driver suddenly said at this moment, I actually gave the child's soul to, then extend your tenure a little longer. Luochio responded indifferently, Black Soul Messenger is not a fun job. Maybe you will resent me in the future. By the way, shouldn't you look at the road in front when you drive? It is not good to drive dangerously. I know this very well. I got it. The driver nodded. From now on, Taisetsu Wei is the sword in your hand, my master. The voice of the lines came from the TV. Mrs. Lin suddenly yawned, then drank some water and began to pick up the needle again. The new scarf had already started, but she was slow at knitting, so she had to knit slowly. When she finished, should she try knitting a sweater? Mrs. Lin thought for a moment. She had touched Ganjing several times. He was not fat, but was quite strong. Then, she should be able to grasp the size well, right? Mrs. Lin smiled. At this moment, the window beside the window swayed, and then something jumped onto the sofa. Mrs. Lin was startled. But at this moment, she suddenly heard a cat's cry, and then something jumped onto her body and naughtily drilled into her arms. Where did this kitten come from? Mrs. Lin lifted up the little guy who jumped in. Why did you come to my house? Where is your master? Meow. Don't you have a place to go? Mrs. Lin asked. Meow. Of course, Mrs. Lin didn't understand what the kitten said, but a kind of intimate feeling made her unable to put it down. Maybe it was a stray cat? She didn't find anything like a pet collar on the kitten. Then you can stay here with me. Mrs. Lin smiled, holding the kitten and gently stroking it. Well, your name will be Little Ganjing from now on, okay? Meow. What a good boy. Late at night, the motorcycle was speeding on the mountain road, and the rider was a young man. The young man didn't even wear a helmet, and his face was flushed. He had just drunk wine, and now he was very excited. Then he twisted the accelerator and sped up again. Unexpectedly, the effect of the alcohol was too strong. He was a little confused, and the motorcycle rushed to the railing on the road, throwing him out. Extreme joy begets sorrow. The young man's body rolled down all the way, and finally fell into the reservoir, here with a splash. The cold water of the reservoir immediately woke him up. The young man struggled to swim to the edge. He was actually a good swimmer, and often came to this place to swim, secretly before. But at this moment, something grabbed his feet and pulled him into the water fiercely. Like arms, many, many arms. The young man struggled in pain, and the cold water poured into his mouth and nose. Finally, his whole body was dragged into the water, and was completely swallowed by the cold and darkness. The water surface was calm again. A crooked warning sign on the edge still said, "The reservoir is dangerous. Don't play with water." Then, who will be the next person to drown? Is it you? Yen 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 yen. Chapter 639. It was a space with length, width, and height of 50 by 50 by 10 meters. The four sides and the top and bottom sides were very rough. In fact, apart from a necessary entrance and a few ventilation facilities, this space was indeed very simple, because this was a space that was dug out more than 30 meters below the ground. Since it was not meant for people to live in, there were naturally no convenient facilities here. Instead, there was a huge single sofa placed next to it. Of course, the reason why it was huge was naturally for the person sitting on it. We call him Lord Long. Now people call him Long Shirwa Long Loli in the martial arts world. Long Shirwa was holding a loudspeaker at this moment. The young girl's voice that was enhanced by the electronic equipment sounded loudly. "You idiot! Didn't you eat? Concentrate. If you can't control 30 stones at the same time, don't eat dinner." "Yes, teacher." About 20 meters away, a sweaty young man of 16 or 17 years old bit his lips. He closed his eyes again, using his mind to feel the things around him. Around him, there were stones the size of tennis balls. And what he needed to do was to control 50 stones at the same time according to Long Shirwa's request. Not just simply making these stones fly, but each of them had to operate according to different rules. The young man became more and more concentrated. 10, 20, 27, 28, 29. The number of stones he could control gradually reached the limit, but he was still one stone short from Long Shirwa's request. Maybe it's because I'm not concentrated enough? Young man, Mo Xiaofei thought. As for why he was in this place, and even called Teacher Long Shirwa, it all started after the concert in the gymnasium. That was when Mo Xiaofei came into contact with a completely different world. Of course, from the moment he obtained his superpower, he knew that he had entered a completely different world. However, the concept of a monster entered his cognition for the first time since that day, because he exhausted his strength to save a monster called Juefeng. Mo Xiaofei was on the verge of death. Unexpectedly, when he woke up again, he came to the pet hospital directly above the underground training ground. After a conversation, Mo Xiaofei and Long Shirwa exchanged some information with each other. When Mo Xiaofei inferred from the conversation between Long Shirwa and Chichi Kamaya, this old senior had gone on a long journey. Mo Xiaofei heard that he had something important to do, but Mo Xiaofei didn't know what it was, that he was able to survive and seemed to have overcome the limitation of using superpower, which would cause his body to collapse. A feeling of gratitude spontaneously arose in his heart. Your power is too dangerous. If you don't try to control it, it will go out of control one day. From today onwards, you will stay with me for the time being. I will guide you to train and develop your abilities. This was what Long Shirwa said to Mo Xiaofei, and Mo Xiaofei naturally worshipped Long Shirwa as his master, even though this was only his own wish. Are you kidding me? You want me to accept a human as my disciple? I just need a handyman here. Teaching you is paying for your labor. Do your job properly. I need people here. This was also the original words of the teacher. Mo Xiaofei went to school during the day. After school, he would come to this training ground every day and run errands for Long Shirwa. He heard that this was dug out by several powerful monsters under the command of Chichi Kamaya. Is it really okay to dig out such a big place under the city? 30. When the 30th stone was also under Mo Xiaofei's control, he couldn't help but shout happily, "Teacher, did you see that? I did it." Long Shirwa was the type with a cold face but a warm heart. After being sealed into the appearance of an ordinary human child, she was often in a bad mood. In addition, she lost control of her emotions for a few days every month due to excessive bleeding. It took you half a month to get 30 stones. Mo Xiaofei, is your self-esteem so pitiful that you are satisfied with this trivial sense of achievement? This was probably the way to get along with each other. And Mo Xiaofei smiled. He had long been used to Lord Long's face. Even so, he would prepare some particularly effective drinks that could quickly restore physical strength every day. And Mo Xiaofei came to Long Shuo, while drinking the special drink, suddenly asking, "Teacher, can I take a day off from training next Saturday?" Long Shirua blinked. "Next Saturday? What day is it today? Friday? So early, what are you doing?" And Mo Xiaofei scratched his head shyly. Teacher, next Saturday is Christmas. I have an appointment. Tisk." Long Shirua snorted coldly. "So it's the festival of Estrus for you humans again? You should focus on the development of your own ability. Why are you talking about personal affairs?" And Mo Xiaofei was startled and subconsciously said, "Teacher, could it be that you don't have a boyfriend?" Long Shirua sneered. "Humph! Males only pursue females in order to use their lower body to rub and greet with the lower body of females and send out body fluids for their own pleasure. Such a disgusting creature should stay away from me." "So it's because you don't have a boyfriend?" Long Shirua suddenly smiled. The orb from Chichi Kamaya that was always with her slowly floated above her head. "Xiaofei, you have been here for so long, but I haven't fought with you. How about today? You have to do your best. At least hold on for 3 seconds." The avatar with the power of Kelowna, Shinryu, appeared out of thin air at this time. The entire underground space was shaking because of the huge power of Shinryu. The pressure in the air made Mo Xiaofei feel suffocated. "Sorry, I was wrong. Rumble boom. We have arrived at Yunjing Station. Passengers, please take your belongings." When the broadcast sounded, the train was in the process of slowing down to enter the station. Taisetsu, who was wearing a long black coat and a scarf covering his chin and lips, took the initiative to stand up at this time and take down the luggage of his current boss, Luochio. But Taisetsu found that the boss was looking out of the train window at this time. A sudden, small movement. "What's wrong?" "Well, it's just that 2 guests seem to be having fun at this time." Luochio smiled and stood up. "You should have a chance to meet them in the future. Get off the train. Yu Yi is already waiting for us." Taisetsu nodded. On the way back, Luochio had already told him about the general situation of the club. Although he didn't say much, Taisetsu had a lot of understanding about the servant girl mentioned by the boss. He heard that as the new boss, Luochio, had tried to transform a black soul envoy before him, and he was the second one. Very wonderful and incredible things happened to him in this short period of time, and at the same time it completely changed the trajectory of his fate. He thought that he would disappear like this, but when he woke up he was given the identity of a black soul envoy and survived again. He once asked Luochio why he was willing to transform him into a black soul envoy, but the boss's answer made Taisetsu a little confused. "Because I want to find a reliable one." Yes, it was such a confusing sentence. But this bit of uneasiness was quickly dispelled by the heat from the Jean Lu sword on his body. Taisetsu took a deep breath and followed Luochio. He left the carriage and walked directly to the platform. It was on this platform where people came and went that a very beautiful woman instantly attracted Taisetsu's attention, whether it was her appearance or the strange aura she exuded. It made Taisetsu, the new black soul envoy, feel a kind of shocking feeling. She put her hands on her skirt, facing Luochio, and smiled slightly, like a blooming prosperity. The clamor on the platform seemed to become quiet because of this smile. This was the first time that the servant girl showed a smile after Boss Luo left. Chapter 640. Since obtaining the ancient book from that bookstore, Professor Trevor's translation of the Book of the Dead had made a breakthrough. According to Professor Trevor's translation, Wang Yuechuan temporarily knew that this book that allowed people to use magic was roughly divided into 3 different chapters: control, curse, and production. The other was the concept of holy prose mentioned in the book. According to the description of the Book of the Dead, all applications were based on the application of holy prose. That was to use the correct pronunciation to read the holy prose. Through the role of the spirit of speech, it was to construct the entire process of the beginning, progress, and end of spell. The Book of the Dead did not introduce much about the real tutorial of a spell. It was only the most basic explanation. Of course, it did not mean that there was no tutorial at all. For example, the spell that Wang Yuechuan had been trying but failing before had a tutorial. Later, he learned that this was the only tutorial in the production chapter. Yes, the only one. The Book of the Dead was such a book. It showed the existence of the holy prose. At the same time, it focused more on the use of this holy prose. Then, it was full of a large number of private lives of the person who wrote this Book of the Dead. In short, it shows you a formula, and then you use this formula to solve various problems. This was Wang Yuechuan's immediate summary after the lengthy explanation to Professor Trevor. For this, Professor Trevor was very dissatisfied. But Wang Yuechuan did not care about Professor Trevor's complaints, because with the correct pronunciation of the holy prose, he had indeed completed the only example of magic recorded in the production chapter that he had failed before. This was a very wonderful and incredible tactile feeling from his own eyes. He could see the small puppet that he completed with ordinary crystal powder and so on. It was now standing on the coffee table in front of him. But at the same time, he could also see himself sitting on the sofa through the puppet's eyes. Of course, from the perspective of the puppet's vision, the clarity was somewhat unsatisfactory, like a person with great myopia. On the one hand, it was because he had just learned the production technique and was not perfect. On the other hand, it was because of the low quality of the production materials. Furthermore, he still needed to learn the content of the controlled chapter before he could truly move this palm-sized doll. Wang Yuechuan was now basically certain that Chao Yu, who had died, must be the mastermind behind the several vicious serial murder cases that he had solved in the past. With the ability obtained from the Book of the Dead, it seemed to be easy for him to enter a deserted place under the surveillance camera. Those black crystal pendants worn by the prisoners were probably the materials that Chao Yu wanted to obtain back then. Wang Yuechuan recalled the time when he was in contact with the murderers. Once they lost the crystal, the criminals would become emotional and lose control of their emotions. But was this crystal natural or man-made? While he was thinking to himself, Professor Trevor walked out of his room. Seeing him put on his coat, Wang Yuechuan frowned and asked, "Professor, where are you going?" Professor Trevor shook his head and sighed. "The translator has encountered a difficult problem. I want to go out for a walk and relax. Maybe I can get some inspiration." Wang Yuechuan nodded and did not doubt this. Even when he solved cases himself in the past, if he encountered a problem that he couldn't solve, he planned to relax himself. "It's okay to go out, but oh yes, I know." Professor Trevor nodded. With a reluctant look, he took out the Book of the Dead from his clothes and handed it to Wang Yuechuan. Wang Yuechuan said calmly at this time, "I understand the feelings of translators, but I don't want anything to go wrong with this book, so I hope you can understand me." Professor Trevor shrugged and said casually, "I guess I'll be back late tonight. I want to drink some wine." Wang Yuechuan agreed, and Professor Trevor went out directly. Wang Yuechuan sat back in his original place again and pressed his palm on the cover of the Book of the Dead. There was no doubt that he didn't have the knowledge to translate the Book of the Dead, but that didn't prevent him from feeling that when he used magic, holding the Book of the Dead in his hand would increase the success rate and make it less tiring. It might not be as simple as a tutorial, and it might even be one of the materials to use magic. Wang Yuechuan believed that Professor Trevor, as a translator, would realize this earlier than him. Taking a deep breath, Wang Yuechuan took the Book of the Dead and quietly knocked on the door of Professor Trevor's room. He found the ancient book bought from the bookstore and the translation ideas that the professor casually wrote in his notebook. Since there was no relevant knowledge in this area, then he would learn as much as he could. Wang Yuechuan was not a person who liked to rely on others, and he was even more reluctant to give more control to others. Just after leaving Wang Yuechuan's residence, Professor Trevor looked up and narrowed his eyes downstairs. As a person who could translate the Book of the Dead, Professor Trevor also had his own plans. For the translator, after translating the Book of the Dead, he found that this magic book was too unfriendly to the elderly. Even if he had mastered the pronunciation of the hieroglyphic earlier, he could not independently complete the magic that Wang Yuechuan had completed. He often failed at the last moment, even if he had the Book of the Dead. Physical strength, spirit, will, and even vitality, etc., seemed to be one of the factors of the motive force to use magic. They were collectively called magic power. King, you are really cautious like a dormant viper. Professor Trevor suddenly sneered. Control, curse, production, but there is a fourth chapter that I didn't tell you. Chapter 4, Soul. It was not difficult for Professor Trevor to imagine that Wang Yuechuan would not always rely on it to interpret the Book of the Dead. The power introduced in the book was too subversive. Faced with the temptation of this power, Professor Trevor didn't think that Wang Yuechuan could resist it. No one could resist it. You should study my notes well. The professor called a taxi at this moment, then went to a bar. He drank quietly in a dark corner. The translation could be done early anywhere. The information in the book had long been recorded into electronic equipment. Compared with living with Wang Yuechuan and often worrying about this viper, this place could make Professor Trevor's thinking clearer. The soul can be immortal, even immortal as long as a new body can be found. The professor muttered to himself, looking at the tablet in his hand. At this time, his cell phone suddenly rang, interrupting his thoughts. The professor frowned, but glanced at the name on the caller ID and finally adjusted his mentality. Hello, Tom. Professor Trevor calmly called out the other party's name. This was one of his friends, who was also a lawyer. Trevor, I have done what you asked me to do. I just need to confirm it. Tom said quickly, but old friend, do you really want to do this? Your wife and son are very opposed to your approach. They said that if you insist, they may go to court to sue you. These properties are all mine. I can do whatever I like. I don't have to worry about them. Trevor said in a deep voice, well then, the property under your name, deposits, and all the insurance and so on, I will do all the loans I can find for you. According to what you said, just find a private loan. No matter how high the interest is, as long as the maximum amount is about 7 million Australian dollars. Got it. After Professor Trevor said a few words to Tom, he immediately hung up the long-distance call. Soon after, there was another call with a different name. This was another bank experience that Trevor knew. Hello, Professor Chui FO. About the mortgage you made, we have approved it. Then there was a call from the publishing house. Professor, are you sure you want us to buy all your copyrights permanently? One call after another. In the shortest time, this professor with status had become an economic swindler. Finally, Trevor made a phone call and said slowly, Mr. Liu, I think we can talk about the black diamond in your hand again. Sure, when? How about 3 days later? 3 days? I have a lot of buyers on hand. I'm afraid I can't wait for you, right? Mr. Liu, I believe that my price will satisfy you. Others won't pay more than me. 2 days, only 2 days. It's a deal. Club. On the second floor above, except for the masters in my room, you can enter at will. In addition, there is a room on the second floor that is working at this time. Don't bother if you can. The maid was explaining something to Taisetsu. In addition, the basement one is the warehouse and the master's study. If you don't have the master's permission, you can't enter. Taisetsu nodded and silently remembered the rules here. In fact, there were not many rules. Except for the rule that he couldn't betray the boss, it seemed to be very loose. The Black Soul Messenger had considerable freedom. What about the basement too? Taisetsu asked curiously. Yu Yi said seriously, only the master can enter the basement too. Any messenger, including me, will be in danger as long as they are close. Remember. Clear. Taisetsu still nodded and suddenly asked, Then do I have to greet other Black Soul Messengers? While saying this, the maid had taken Taisetsu around and then came to the kitchen. At this time, the maid was putting food that Taisetsu couldn't name on the delicate birdcage plate. None of the food was like a work of art. Number 9 is performing the master's task. I'm afraid she won't come back in a short time. As for number 18, because of the degree of freedom, you may be able to see her tomorrow or maybe after a long time. Yi said indifferently. As for Tae Yinzi upstairs, he is having a good time now. Maybe you can try to call him. In addition, number 1, number 666, and other Black Soul messengers are on vacation. By the way, number 666 should be ending his vacation soon. Let's get to know each other if there is a chance. Number 666? Taisetsu was stunned. On the one hand, he was surprised that the Black Soul messengers could reach the number 666. On the other hand, he was ridiculing the number 666. Chinese people had a deep friendship with 666. Yi picked up the tray with the dishes and teapot and smiled slightly. This number seems to have a bit of an interesting meaning here, but in the West it has another meaning. Of course, this is only a man-made definition. You don't have to care too much. Taisetsu nodded and said, Well, let me help you. No, I'll serve the master. Yi said indifferently, Don't learn from the person upstairs. Taisetsu looked at Yuye's back and rubbed his chin. No one knew what he was thinking, but he didn't stop for long and immediately chased after her. When passing by a mirror decoration in the corridor, Taisetsu glanced at it subconsciously. After becoming a Black Soul messenger, he returned to his young appearance again. Have you introduced them all? Well, I've learned about them. The servant girl put down a cup of hot tea in front of the boss. Master went out and brought back a new Black Soul messenger. And it's a person who can use Jianlu. Since the death of the messenger who used Jianlu 100 years ago, it has been unable to find a suitable user. Master, are you preparing this time? For Penglai. Luochio just smiled and didn't answer. He suddenly opened his palm, and a fluorescent light floated out of his palm. The fluorescent light slowly rose and came to Yuye's eyes. The fluorescent light and her blue eyes met each other. The servant girl subconsciously said, What a beautiful yearning. Yes, Luochio smiled and said, But it's a pity to use it as a sacrifice. But the altar should like it very much. Yi smiled and said, Boss Luo's other palm at this time also showed a group of osmanthus flowers. They were like freshly picked, delicate, and with a fragrance. Yi blinked. These osmanthus flowers began to spread in the master's hand and then gradually turned into a mercury-like color. Small pieces of silver osmanthus flowers began to be arranged and finally made into a small and exquisite hairpin. The floating fluorescent light at this time was integrated into the hairpin, giving it a touch of light color. Luochio took the newly made hairpin in his palm and then put it on Yuye's long hair. He whispered, Then will you like it? I like it the most. Chapter 641. When he saw Luochio put a clip on Yi, Taisetsu sensibly hid back in the corridor and waited silently. The experience of becoming a Black Soul envoy made Taisetsu have a natural awe of Luochio. But this scene, for some reason, made Taisetsu feel that Luochio didn't seem to be so mysterious. It seems that he has pulled back a little bit in terms of being a human. Don't stay there, come here. While thinking to himself, Taisetsu heard Luochio's voice. It was still the same warm voice as the 2 nights he spent in Luo village, which gave Taisetsu an illusion that he had returned to the old house in Luo village. It was just that it lasted from the 2nd night to the 3rd night. But at this moment, a black shadow slowly penetrated through the door and finally turned into a figure in a black robe. Is it also a Black Soul envoy? Taisetsu looked at the other party in surprise. 18, I just came back and you came back. Are you welcoming me? Luochio looked at 18, who appeared in front of him, and smiled. The Black Soul envoy who appeared was indeed 18. Facing the boss's greeting, 18 didn't have time to look at Taisetsu, who was also a Black Soul envoy, and quickly responded, Subordinate greets master. In addition, here are the information of several investors. 18 respectfully stretched out her hands, lowered her head, and walked forward, handing over the white card in her hand. Looking at 18's respectful appearance, Taisetsu subconsciously opened his mouth and was startled. If it was him, he wouldn't be able to do such a thing. Oh, put it down. I will take a look at it later. Luocho nodded. 18 raised her head this time. She had recently taken the time to collect these investors. Although she currently cared more about Wang Yuechuan and Professor Cui Fo, who got the Book of the Dead. After all, the cultivation of these two people was not something that could be done overnight. Therefore, as the Black Soul Messenger, she couldn't neglect the business volume that she should have. The moment Boss Luo returned to this city, 18, as a Black Soul envoy, had already sensed it. In addition, there was also the aura of a Black Soul envoy, but it made her feel completely unfamiliar, so she planned to rush back to see what was going on. This is Taisetsu, my new envoy this time. Luocho saw through 18's thoughts and directly introduced him. Then, after thinking for a while, he suddenly said, "Well, how about this? Taisetsu will be temporarily handed over to you, 18. Give it to this subordinate?" 18 was startled. It seemed to be a tradition of the club for the newcomer to temporarily follow the seniors to do business. Usually, there would be a period of time when they were partners. However, in the past 100 years, the club had only 2 Black Soul envoys. One was number 9, who was transformed by the previous boss, and the other was the current transformed Taienzi. "You don't want to?" Luocho looked at 18. 18 quickly shook her head and said, "No, no. How would this subordinate dare? It is this subordinate's honor to be named by Master. It's just that this subordinate has no experience in teaching Black Soul envoys. I'm afraid that I won't do well." If it was Taienzi, he would probably have happily agreed, right? Luocho said with a faint smile, "It doesn't matter, just teach as you see fit. Besides, how much he can comprehend is Taisetsu's own problem. You don't have to feel burdened. I don't have any rigid requirements." 18 nodded. "In that case, this subordinate will properly guide this new colleague according to Master's instructions." After a small gathering for a while and a casual chat, Das simply followed number 18 and left. He didn't say anything more. He seemed quite calm. "Master, is it appropriate to let Taisetsu follow 18? Yu Yi asked curiously at this time. As the person who had been managing the Black Soul envoys for a long time, Yu Yi would generally consider the personalities of different Black Soul envoys under the premise that it was very likely to increase the diversity of types of customers. In fact, over a long period of time, it had been proven that different Black Soul envoys would choose customers in different directions. Some liked to choose human children as their targets. Some preferred young and beautiful girls. Of course, there were also those like 18 who seemed to refuse no one. But in fact, they liked to play with mages to raise them. There were even some like Tai Inzi, whose personal hobby was how to please the boss. Isn't there a more suitable candidate for the time being? Luocho said indifferently. As the host of the God King project, Taienzi can't easily leave this position. So for the time being, I can only choose 18. With that said, he looked at Yu Yi and said softly, "I can't let you do it yourself, right? If that's the case, I won't be able to enjoy the tea you make. Black tea. Do you want another cup, Master?" "Thank you." Luocho smiled and continued. "Besides, if Taisetsu is the type who is easily influenced, he won't be recognized by Zhanlu, right?" Yu Yi nodded and didn't ask any more questions. She took out a piece of cake from the birdcage plate skillfully and carefully cut it into a small piece that was suitable for her master's mouth and had a nice appearance. It was just that when she cut the last piece, her wrist shook unnaturally, making her movements become jerky. Luocho said, "Is it about time to add some oil? Do you need help?" Then I'll trouble Master." Yu Yi nodded gently. Some parts of the back also need maintenance. I don't know if it's an illusion, but Yu Yi is being coquettish, right? It's an illusion. Then let's go upstairs. Several white cards sent by 18 were quietly placed on the desk in the boss's study room on the basement floor. Luocio, who had just completed the maintenance for Yi, sat here quietly, his fingers swiping across the information cards. After a while, Luocio pulled out one of them, and this one disappeared from his palm as soon as it was opened. It would return to 18's hand again as the boss's reply. After that, Luocio took out a map from the drawer and spread the map in front of him. If Black Soul number 9, who had left to perform the mission earlier, was here, he would find that this map was exactly the same as the one in his hand. The only red that appeared on the map was still flashing. Almost there. Luocio thought for a while, then pointed at a point on the map and a second marked red that appeared on the map. After that, Luocio rolled up the map again, put it in the drawer, and left the study room. His next stop was the lowest floor, where the altar was located. When he came here, the altar automatically rose from the ground, releasing rolling black fog from the ground, as if welcoming his arrival. He walked to within 1 meter of the altar. After a moment of silence, he stretched out his palm. A white light floated in Luocio's palm, and in this white light there was a small tooth. Question. Luocio said seriously, "Are Luoqi's parents still alive?" This information requires payment of 50 years of lifespan. Do you want to pay? Pay. Answer, no. Question again. Luocio thought for a while. Besides me, does Luoqi have any blood relatives alive? This information requires payment of 100 years of lifespan. Do you want to pay? Pay. Answer, yes. Chapter 642. As some of the basic abilities of the Black Soul Envoy, Taisetsu didn't have much time to practice them. As an ordinary person, he didn't have a deep understanding of supernatural powers like Teienzi, so after becoming an envoy, he was able to fly seamlessly, atomize, and other basic abilities. After leaving the club, 18 quickly shuttled through the sky of the city and finally stopped on top of a tall building. In the rear, Taisetsu stopped unskillfully. In fact, Taisetsu almost caused a situation where he needed to use the anterior lacrimal brake to stop. Bang! However, he also knocked a human-shaped dent out of the water tank on the roof of the building. Taisetsu was even stuck on the iron sheet on the surface of the water tank at this time. 18, can you give me a hand? Taisetsu looked at 18, who was standing next to him and looking at something, and called out. 18 waved her hand, and Taisetsu's body got out of the water tank. At the same time, she said rudely, "What's the matter with you? Why aren't you atomizing?" Taisetsu scratched his head and said, "If I atomize, the scarf will fall off." 18 was startled, shook her head, and said, "Envoys also have the ability to dress. This is set up to make it easier to get close to the investor. It is very convenient and practical. You don't need to wear this kind of thing that is physical." Taisetsu smiled and said, "In fact, it doesn't take much time to change clothes. Well, next time I will control my ability to fly better, and I won't hit the water tank." With that said, Taisetsu floated up unsteadily again. "Do whatever you want. It is your own freedom to do what you like." 18 said indifferently and continued to look ahead. Although she agreed to guide Taisetsu, 18 has been a Black Soul Envoy for a long time, but she hasn't taken on a similar job. Instead, among the existing envoy who is on vacation, she is unexpectedly enthusiastic about teaching newcomers. Looking at Taisetsu floating like a toddler who has just learned to walk, 18 couldn't help but secretly shake her head. The new master actually transformed an ordinary person into a Black Soul Envoy, although they had some complaints in their hearts. Under the premise that they couldn't betray him, they could only criticize him in their hearts. Sure enough, it's still not easy. Taisetsu muttered at this time. 18 was about to say something, but she suddenly stopped. Taisetsu reached out and grabbed the key pendant hanging on his body. "Jean-Lu!" Taisetsu shouted, and then a sword light shot out, turning into a simple bronze sword shape. The manifested Jean-Lu released a strong airflow, causing 18's black robe to flutter. At this moment, The Jianlu sword had automatically arrived at Taisetsu's feet. Taisetsu seemed to have found a balance point all of a sudden. His figure instantly stabilized, and he soared into the night sky like a legendary sword immortal. He didn't seem shaky at all. Taisetsu circled around one last time, and then stepped on his sword as if he was stepping on a scooter and stopped in front of 18. Now, there's no problem. I should be able to keep up without any problems. Where are we going next? This is the Jianlu sword? 18 was silent for a while, and then suddenly asked. Ah, the boss said to let me use it. Taisetsu nodded, and then said with a simple and honest smile, to be honest, this kind of flying sword is really fun. It can be considered as fulfilling a childhood dream. By the way, 18, where's your sword? I don't have such a thing, 18 said indifferently. I have another ability system. Taisetsu was startled. I thought all messengers had similar equipment. Didn't the master tell you? Tell me what? Black Soul 18 shook her head and said indifferently. Since he didn't tell you, maybe he has other intentions. Don't ask too much. Remember, as messengers, we only need to be absolutely loyal to the master. Under the premise that we don't violate the will of the club and the boss, we can protect the individual with a great degree of freedom. And as the user of Jianlu sword, maybe the degree of freedom can be higher. Black Soul 18 thought silently, but in her heart, her attitude toward Taisetsu still changed a little. At least she wouldn't resist. Okay, you are my teacher now. I will listen to you. Taisetsu simply nodded. Black Soul 18 suddenly said at this time, in addition, I suggest you not to use the power of Jianlu sword as much as possible. You should continue to use your own basic abilities. After some time, I will arrange some combat practice for you. Combat practice? Taisetsu frowned, shook his head, and said, to be honest, I don't like to fight now. It's not up to you. Black Soul 18 said seriously. As a user of Jianlu sword, wouldn't it be a big joke if you can't fight? And not only do you have to learn how to fight, but you also have to be proficient in fighting. Taisetsu frowned and subconsciously asked, 18, actually, do we have something like an enemy? For example, there are hostile forces who don't like us, or enemies who want to snatch territory, or something. 18 sneered and said, enemies? Don't joke, in this world there is no such thing, and what we have to face is definitely not something you can imagine, nor is it something like the concept of enemy. About this, when you can completely release the power of Jianlu, even without me, Yu Yi or master should tell you. Taisetsu jumped down from Jianlu's sword, held the hilt, and looked at the quaint long sword. Although I don't like to fight now, I can't repay the kindness of boss in this life. If he needs it, the sword's hum was crisp, as if responding to Taisetsu. A glimmer flashed on the blade of Jianlu's sword, and it finally changed back to the original shape of a key pendant, which was hung on Taisetsu's body again. I will listen to you and practice my own abilities more. Only then did 18 nod. Taisetsu asked curiously at this time, 18, what do you actually look like? I only see a black mist on your face. Let me take a look. Taisetsu only heard 18's voice was gloomy and hoarse, and he was also very curious about this temporary teacher and future colleague. There is no need for that. 18 said indifferently, the aura of each black soul is different, and it can be distinguished by this. When you see more black soul envoys, you will naturally know this point. Okay. Taisetsu nodded with slight disappointment. At this time, a white card suddenly appeared in front of 18. Master has approved it. 18 grabbed the white card, and after a while she looked at Taisetsu and said, since it has been approved, let's start working. Listen, you must learn how to fight, but you must also learn how to work as an envoy. Okay. When Luochio went upstairs from the second floor, Yi, who had been repaired and restarted, was already sitting quietly in the lobby. When she saw Luochio appear, Yi quickly stood up. Master, are you going home? Yi stroked the hair of the headphones and asked, what does Master want to eat for breakfast tomorrow? Chinese food. Luocho thought for a while, and then suddenly asked, "By the way, Yi, have you ever been to South America before?" "South America?" Miss Maid shook her head. "If it's just about geography and history, I've read some of it, but I didn't really go there. During the period of my birth, I was active in Europe, and then I went to master's country. Are you going to South America?" "No, not for the time being." Luocho shook his head. "Let me think about it again. Well, I have to go home. My phone is about to explode. Master, take care. Oh, by the way." Luocho turned around and said softly, "New hairstyle, it looks good." She was used to having long hair scattered, but now with a hairpin, it was a suitable discovery. Facing the master's praise, Miss Maid didn't hesitate to smile. After Luocho left, the lights in the club lobby went out one by one. Miss Maid sat on a chair and left a light on. Chapter 643. The white card has the ability to automatically track the customer. Black soul envoys are invisible to ordinary people. The conversion between reality and reality requires the use of thought, but compared to hiding, it is more difficult to appear in front of people. Along the way, 18 carefully guided Taisetsu on how to use his ability more proficiently. Finally, 18 stopped at the bottom of a building and looked up. "Our target is here?" Taisetsu also looked up curiously and asked. 18 nodded, and then walked straight into the lobby under the gaze of the security guard in front of the building. Taisetsu still had some misgivings, but after trying to imitate 18's appearance, he found that it was as if the door to a new world had been opened. Taisetsu waved his hand in front of the security guard and shook his head. The other party acted like nothing had happened and yawned quietly. "Don't be bored, follow me." "Okay." Taisetsu walked up to 18, thought of a question, and asked, "By the way, are there any rules for us to choose customers?" "Generally, the quality of the soul is high." 18 said indifferently, "Of course, it is very difficult to encounter a truly high-quality one." Taisetsu frowned. "This, the soul, does it mean that the value of a pure soul is higher? If that's the case, wouldn't a naive child— What? Do you think that if the other party is a child, you won't be able to do it?" 18 sneered. Taisetsu inexplicably felt a chill in his heart, but he nodded quite decisively. "I'm sorry, I really won't do it. However, I heard that there are a lot of envoys, so I can't care about anything else, but at least I will take care of myself." "Not bad." 18 nodded and casually pressed the elevator button. "At least you won't be stupid enough to want to influence other envoys. However, you can rest assured that although there are envoys who prefer children, there have never been many of them. Now there is probably only one left. Moreover, purity doesn't mean that the quality is high. An individual's soul contains too many things. Therefore, a blank piece of paper is just a blank piece of paper. It's not necessarily precious. After all, every individual starts from a blank piece of paper." Taisetsu quickly followed him and asked, "What are the things that affect the quality?" 18 said indifferently. "Thoughts, behavior, character, one's own ability, talent, or his social status, or how many people he can personally influence, how great his influence is, or even how many people care for him. Even the changes in an individual's heart during a certain period of time will have different levels of quality. For example, strong emotions, attachment, love, pain, hatred, and so on." Speaking of this, 18 suddenly looked at Taisetsu, and the black fog from the power of the hat rolled slightly. "And among these, hatred is the easiest." Taisetsu was stunned. "You're saying that you'll set a trap to make the target hate you. But didn't you say that customers are willing to buy whatever they want?" 18 smiled coldly and said voluntarily. When they opened their mouths and said what they wanted, was it not voluntary? "Taisetsu, remember, as long as there is a need, there will be a place for us to exist. As long as people are still people, as long as they are still alive, there will definitely be dissatisfaction. As long as people still have pursuits, there is no such thing as voluntary or not. Greed is something that has been written into the soul since before birth. So what if we, as messengers, set a trap? Isn't the existence of this world a big picture set by a minority? All laws are also created by a minority. As for humans, they could only live in this game called reality. What? Are you going to fight for the injustice of all mankind? Taisetsu shook his head. I don't mean that. To be honest, I am also an unclean person, and I also understand the principle that people have no choice in the world. 18 nodded slowly. It's best if that's the case. However, this is only my own course of action, and it may not necessarily suit you. In the club, as long as you can find good business, in fact, no one cares what means you use. Even if you incarnate into a pope, it's fine. Taisetsu laughed and said, What pope? Don't tell me you want to preach? Who knows? 18 smiled darkly, then flicked her sleeves and said indifferently, We're here, let's go out. Okay. Taisetsu didn't dare to ask too much for the time being, and quickly caught up with her. Then, what kind of guy is our target this time? Us? 18 sneered. It's just me, not us. I'm just responsible for teaching you some basic things. This business is just a demonstration for you. Don't think that you'll get a share of the credit. Taisetsu shrugged. This 18 is actually quite difficult to get along with. He glanced in the direction where number 18 was walking. Upstairs was a high-class office building with many companies, and in front of him was a signboard of an advertising company. Yam Creative Advertising. If overtime was an indispensable element of life for social animals, then for the employees of advertising companies, it was even more common. Working overtime until the day, or working hard for dozens of hours, was too common. I want to die. By the way, is there any Red Bull in the refrigerator in the pantry? 2 employees were in the bathroom, and one was talking to the other weakly. It seems that there is no more. I will go downstairs to buy it later. Then buy some food on the way back. Looking at Manager Zhu's appearance now, let's not think about going home to rest tonight. Let's get ready to fight through the night. Yeah, the film requested by the client has been shot, and the post-production is almost done. He is the only one who is not satisfied. It's going to be broadcast before Christmas. Can he make it in time? I think this Zhu Maolin has a lot of experience. Is there something wrong with his brain? This guy. Stop nagging. Who told you to be a social animal? His companion trembled and then pulled up his pants. Unexpectedly, the door of the bathroom also opened at this moment. A young man with tied hair walked in. Manager, you are here too. He shouldn't have heard it, right? The 2 male colleagues who were whispering felt their hearts skipped a beat at the same time. Manager Zhu in front of them just nodded and said calmly, I'll wash my face. Oh, then we will go out to work first. The 2 said quickly, Wait. Manager Zhu suddenly shouted at the 2. Boy, help me find some information of other advertising models. I want unfamiliar and pure ones. Manager, are you still looking for models at this time? And I plan to make up a small film in another place. Zhu Maolin nodded. This manager, you didn't mention about making up a shoot just now? I just decided. Zhu Maolin waved his hand and said, You don't have to find those famous ones. As long as they are new, cheap, or even students, it doesn't matter. I just want the right feeling. But who knows what kind of feeling you want? Manager Zhu. But the person who was appointed didn't dare to say a word. He could only agree. As a social animal, unless he wanted to fire the boss, he was really powerless to resist the orders of the leader. It was also a work order. Who cares? Anyway, if it goes wrong, you will be the one to take the blame. Okay, I will go now. By the way, go downstairs and buy some food and drinks. If you want to drink Red Bull, buy more. Ask Amy to reimburse with the department funds later. Got it, got it. Sure enough, he heard it. Chapter 644. There was one thing that Taisetsu had already begun to admire number 18. That was, Taisetsu found that she could stare at him motionlessly for more than an hour. As for whether number 18 blinked or not, it was unknown. If it took such a long time to stare at a so-called investor, or even more than that, then Taisetsu felt that the work of the Black Soul Messenger was definitely a hard job. But then again, this person named Zhu Maolin was indeed, like what his subordinates thought, a workaholic. Such a person is probably the favorite general of the company's boss, right? It's just that the company's boss likes him. But it doesn't mean that the people below will like him. Number 18. Is this guest difficult to deal with? Taisetsu couldn't help but ask after all. At this time, number 18 just slowly turned her head and glanced at Taisetsu. Then she continued to look at Zhu Maolin, who was in a meeting overnight. She didn't make a sound. Taisetsu asked for a snub, so he had to look around. In Taisetsu's view, number 18 was completely mysterious. But for number 18, she was just confused about something. The new master's intention of approving this potential investor this time. In fact, going back the time to the road before she went back to the club, the man in front of her was just casually done by number 18. She just happened to pass by. She felt that this person's soul power was not bad, so she also made a white card. Zhu Maolin naturally couldn't be compared with the other investors she found. Although the other investors' information cards were not necessarily very serious, it was certain that the effort spent was much more than the one in front of her. The new master actually approved this investor who was more ordinary than the others. Is this a warning to my work attitude? On the other hand, she had now observed Zhu Maolin for some time, but she had a feeling of not knowing where to start. It was not because of insufficient ability. To deal with ordinary people, a black soul messenger with a long history like her really had too many ways. But the problem was that there were too many ways, and she didn't know which method was better. She also told Taisetsu that the black soul messenger had her own preferences. Obviously, Zhu Maolin was not her preferred type. Or perhaps, because this time he needed to guide the new black soul envoy, Taisetsu, the new master chose Brother Jia, who looked more ordinary and easier to start with, purely as a tutorial? In fact, there was a deeper meaning behind this. The new owner didn't want Taisetsu to be influenced by my style. It was the most irrational thing to complicate a doubt. Black soul number 18 knew this very well. However, this was not a bystander after all. It was the one who acted as her master. Perhaps the new owner just casually took it out and didn't have any other intentions. But what if there was? The Black Soul envoys were born with an uncontrollable awe of their masters. They were in awe of the person who had the position of the shop owner. To be more precise, they were in awe of the throne. 18 felt that she had fallen into a strange circle of thought. Reason told her that this might just be a very simple business. But her intuition reminded her that it was not so simple. She suddenly felt a pat on her shoulder, and her body suddenly turned into mist and retreated. She gathered back again 1 meter away. Taisetsu's arm was still raised in the air, looking a little overwhelmed. "What are you doing?" Number 18 asked coldly. Taisetsu shook his head and said, "I just want to ask you, do you want to drink something?" He still held 2 bottles of green tea in his hand and explained, "I just saw that you were too serious, so I walked away and bought it." "Black soul doesn't need to eat," Number 18 said indifferently. Taisetsu shrugged, "But there is also a sense of taste, right? Not eating, isn't it pitiful? Well, whatever. I put it here. If you want to drink, take it yourself." Boring. Number 18 flung her sleeves and continued to observe Zhu Maolin. Also, "Don't touch me casually in the future. I'll let it go this time. If there is a next time, Jean-Luc can't protect you." With a malicious warning tone, the key pendant on Taisetsu's neck buzzed at this time, as if it was quite dissatisfied with this provocation. "Jean-Luc, come on. Come and hurt each other." "So how long are you going to stare at her?" Taisetsu leaned against the wall, yawned, and then glanced at Zhu Maolin, who was waving a pen on the projection screen. He saw the ring on his ring finger and muttered, "This guy, if he doesn't go home, he can't call his wife. That's it." When it was nearly 2:00 in the morning, Zhu Maolin looked at all the employees in his group and said, "The candidate for the makeup shoot has been finalized. Boy, you contact her early tomorrow morning. It is best to let her come to the set in the afternoon." As for the script, I will prepare it. Everyone has worked hard. Let's get off work. The city was very quiet late at night. Some people dragged their tired figures away, while others returned to their seats. They pulled out the stool, covered themselves with clothes, and didn't want to move. Zhu Maolin looked at the time, then drove the car away. He kind of forgot when he began to like such a quiet night. He didn't have to worry about traffic jams on the road, and there was no dazzling sunlight. The city seemed to be asleep in front of him, but he was still thinking about the script for tomorrow's makeup shoot. At this time, there was only a vague prototype in his mind. He hadn't been able to grasp the specific details thoroughly. Soon after, he parked the car in front of a convenience store in front of the park. He asked the staff to buy a midnight snack earlier, but he didn't eat it. Now that he felt hungry, he settled it directly in the convenience store. In the end, he bought a pack of cigarettes, then asked for a bottle of coffee and returned to his car. While smoking, the car stereo played Scarborough Fair. He slowly closed his eyes, and his mind began to empty as if he was exiled to the Bayenbroek grassland, where he was born. Ding-dash! The notification sound of the mobile phone text message pulled Zhu Maolin's thoughts from the vast grassland back to the mobile phone in the car in front of the park. He glanced at it. Wife, are you still working overtime? Zhu Maolin, you haven't slept yet? Wife, I'm thirsty to drink water. I saw that you didn't reply. Zhu Maolin, N. There is a makeup shoot tomorrow. I'm still in the company. You should rest first. Wife, N. Zhu Maolin, good night. Wife, good night. Zhu Maolin sighed. The slightly astringent taste of the coffee brought him a little spirit. He turned on the laptop, put it on his lap, opened the document, and began to write the script in his heart. Are you going to Scarborough Fair? Coriander, sage, rosemary, and thyme. This was the only sound that accompanied him. Good night. Please find an acre of land for me. Coriander, sage, rosemary, and thyme. Just between the sea and the coast. Chapter 645. When it was almost early in the morning, the black SUV slowly drove away from the parking space in front of the park. Taisetsu yawned again. Of course, the black soul envoy didn't feel sleepy, physically but mentally. Are we going to follow them now? Taisetsu asked 18 curiously. 18 finally said, I admit that I made some mistakes. When I chose this investor, I didn't carefully examine him. I just felt that he was okay. But now it seems that he at least has something he desires. Taisetsu said energetically, What does he want? 18 said indifferently, A man who doesn't go home at night and would rather stay outside alone to work, deceiving his wife and not going home. What do you think is the reason? Taisetsu frowned and said, You mean his relationship with his wife is not good? 18 sneered. It's normal for men to be greedy for the new and hate the old. Even without the detection of past dreams, I can roughly tell. What is past dreams? This is my ability. It has nothing to do with you. 18 said indifferently. Then why did you say it? Taisetsu shook his head, then rubbed his chin and said, However, even if he doesn't want to go home, it doesn't necessarily mean that he is greedy for the new and hate the old. Sometimes men really don't want to go home and just want to be alone, okay? 18 said disdainfully, You mean you know more about the investor than I do? Taisetsu shook his head. Of course I don't know as well as you, but I know men, especially married men. For example, it's normal to just want a personal space. Besides, if he had a change of heart, why would he still work here? Wouldn't it be great to go to a bar or nightclub to play to his heart's content? If it's true love, he won't cheat at all. If he cheats, such feelings are no longer pure. There has never been a good man. Big sister, have you been stimulated by something? Okay, let's not discuss this issue, okay? Taisetsu waved his hand and said, Anyway, you won't understand that as a man, sometimes he just doesn't want to go home. I don't know how to explain it to you. You won't understand anyway. Are you mocking me? 18 said coldly. No. It's just that men understand men better. Taisetsu quickly said, Speaking of which, should we still follow them? They have run so far. Zhu Maolin would make his movements as light as possible, usually at this time when he returned home. However, a pair of slippers had already been placed at the door, and the light at the entrance was also on. It was probably because the person had never thought of turning it off after turning it on. Zhu Maolin silently put on his shoes, glanced at the food covered with a gauze in the living room, and walked into the bathroom to take a shower. Then he returned to his room and tried his best to relax his footsteps. Even the way he lay on the bed seemed to be very careful. He set the time on his phone, but it wouldn't disturb his wife, because he knew that she always went to work early in the morning. Thus, his day ended at 5:17 in the morning. Her day started at 7 o'clock in the morning. When she got up, she saw her husband next to her. Then, she washed up and prepared breakfast. She knew that no matter how late her husband came back, he would always go to work on time during the day, rain or shine. He was never late when he was not on vacation. Then she would go to work. At 7:40 a.m., she was ready to go out, and then wrote a note on the table to remember to eat breakfast. Of course, the food left last night had been thrown away. At 8:30 a.m., the phone rang. Zhu Maolin opened his bloodshot eyes and hurriedly dressed and washed up. The clothes he was going to wear today were already prepared on the hanger. Even the tie was already matched. Then he frowned and changed into a new set of clothes from the wardrobe. Then he picked up his briefcase and hurried out the door. After the door of the house was closed, Zhu Maolin walked out, but he suddenly opened the door and walked back. He picked up a piece of baked bread from the dining table and went out again. It was 8:45 a.m. at this time. At 8:50 a.m., she opened the door of her ceramic art classroom and began to wait for the students who came to class. She was a craftsman, and this classroom was where she met her husband. The first student came. It was an elderly lady with a well-to-do family. In fact, she came here to pass the time. "Teacher Yuhan, it's early today. Do you want to do anything? Let me help you?" "No need. Why don't you prepare by yourself first?" Her name was Ho Chin Yuhan. Ho and Chin. She followed her father's surname and her mother's surname. It seemed that because her father couldn't win against her mother's surname was ranked first. "Teacher Yuhan, why haven't I seen Sister Li and Sister Zhang today?" "Today? Well, Mrs. Li said that she will accompany her husband out for dinner today, so she won't come. As for Mrs. Zhang, she wants to accompany her son to see the piano teacher today, so she won't come." Ho Chin Yuhan thought about it and agreed. "Oh, I see. I still want to ask Sister Li to have lunch together. It's a pity. Teacher Yuhan, why don't we go out for lunch together? You won't go home at noon anyway." "Sure." She didn't think too much about it and agreed. She was also afraid to eat alone, lunch or dinner alone. At noon, the two women, who were more than 10 years apart in age, spent some time in a nearby restaurant, chatting and chatting. They talked about domestic trivialities. It was really a waste of time. 1:43 p.m. "Manager, the lunchbox is here. Let's eat first." His colleague was called Little Wang. He came back alone with the lunchbox for the whole group in both hands. Everyone rushed forward. Zhu Maolin held the lunchbox and continued to think about some small details. He quickly swallowed a mouthful of white rice, remembered something, and asked directly, "Tboy, is the model sure to be here at 3 p.m.? She promised me that she will come." Tboy quickly said, "The newcomer values this opportunity very much. She shouldn't dare to be late." "That's fine. If there is no problem with the real person, I will rush her out tonight." Zhu Maolin nodded and ate something again, but he didn't know what he was eating. Eating was just an action. This was pineapple that he didn't like to eat before. At 7:30 p.m., Ho Chin Yuhan took the takeout home. She ate, watched TV, took a shower, and read a book. Finally, she was sleepy and fell asleep. 12:15 p.m., this was her day. Today's retake didn't go well. The real person didn't have the ideal photo, so Zhu Maolin rejected it. In the end, He had no choice but to delay for another day. At 3:30 a.m., a little early, he went to bed gently again. His day was over. Chapter 646. Rinshin Hospital. It was 10 o'clock in the morning. This was the appointment time between Ho Chin-yuhan and the doctor. In the waiting room, pregnant women were sitting in twos and threes. Some were chatting and some were dozing off. Maybe they were sleeping with the little life in their bellies. Ho Chin-yuhan didn't like the smell in the hospital very much. She was anxiously waiting for her number to arrive. At least she was anxious in her heart. At this time, a pregnant woman next to her suddenly had a pregnancy reaction. She was extremely nauseous. "Are you okay? Do you want me to call the nurse for you?" Ho Chin-yuhan asked with concern. The lady shook her head and frowned. "It's okay. It's probably because the child is too naughty. It has been suffering from bad habits since the morning. I should be able to get a plum. You can try applying some essential balm." Ho Chin-yuhan smiled and said, "Drop a little on a handkerchief or a tissue. You can also cover your nose a little to inhale." The lady's belly was not too big. It was estimated that she had just been pregnant. At this time, when she heard Ho Chin-yuhan say this, she said, embarrassedly, "It's my first time being a mother. I don't know a lot of things." Ho Chin-yuhan smiled and said, "It's like this for the first time. You will get used to it slowly." If women started to talk, it seemed that they could talk endlessly. The new mother asked curiously, "By the way, what is your first pregnancy?" "Number 12, it's your turn." The nurse in front of the table shouted the number at this time. Ho Chin-yuhan quickly stood up. "It's my turn." "I'm sorry." "It's okay. You can continue with your work." The lady waved her hand. The doctor had many years of experience. She was in her early 50s and she was a woman. For all the mothers who came here to make an appointment with her, she had a natural sense of security. Ho Chin-yuhan sat quietly in the chair, holding her leather bag with both hands. She looked a little uneasy. When she came in, the doctor who she had seen for some time had no expression on her face. She felt uneasy. "Doctor, what's the result this time?" "Mrs. Zhu, unfortunately, you are not pregnant this time." The doctor shook her head and said, "This cycle is all over. I suggest that you continue to take good care of your body during this time." What else was the doctor saying? Ho Chin-yuhan didn't listen at all, or rather, it was fine even if she didn't stop. She had heard these words many times, and she could even recite them backwards. Ho Chin-yuhan silently took her bag and pushed open the door of the doctor's office. At this moment, the novice mother who had just chatted with her quickly waved at her. Ho Chin-yuhan moved her lips, but she just nodded at the other party. She lowered her head and left from the other side. She had no intention of going over. She hid in the bathroom alone and locked the door. She did not intend to hold it in any longer. She covered her mouth lightly and squatted there. His shoulders trembled slightly as he cried silently. He really wanted to turn back time. 11:15 a.m. "Manager, he's downstairs." "Then let her come up." Zhu Maolin stood up and tidied up the documents on his desk. "Bring her directly to the conference room." He hoped that the one he saw today would meet the requirements. Otherwise, he could only use the finished film. Zhu Maolin came to the conference room alone, and then pulled down the curtains here about half. He received a text message. Zhu Maolin sat down and saw his wife's short message. "Wife, are you busy?" "Zhu Maolin, I'm going to interview a model." "What's the matter?" "Wife, the doctor said that I failed again this time." Zhu Maolin's finger on the phone screen paused for a moment. At this moment, the sound of knocking on the door sounded. He replied, "Let's talk about it when I get back." "Wife, what time are you coming back tonight?" "Manager, this is Xiaolu." Tboy introduced a young, long-haired girl who came in. The elements of youth and beauty were fully displayed on this Xiaolu, and she was accompanied by a perfect smile. Zhu Maolin nodded after a brief glance. "Not bad. Sit down and talk." "Tboy, ask her some questions first." "I'll take a look first." Xiaolu also sat down a little nervously. Zhu Maolin replied at this time she's here. I'll work first. Don't wait for me at night. He didn't wait for his wife's reply, and it seemed that he didn't intend to reply more. He put down the phone and devoted himself to the interview, observing the girl's every reaction and action under Tboy's questions. Miss Xiaolu, have you used this product before? It was unknown how many questions Tboy had asked. To be honest, I haven't used it. Will it affect me? Xiaolu asked with a little uneasiness. Tboy smiled and said, It's just some references. You don't have to worry about it. Then the next question. At this time, Zhu Maolin suddenly interrupted and asked, If I tell you that the shooting will take place in an hour, and you only have a maximum of 30 minutes to read the script, what will you do? Immediately, Xiaolu was obviously taken aback by the manager of the advertising company. In the industry, Zhu Maolin was a relatively famous person. It was rumored that this well-known industry insider was a well-known workaholic and efficiency activist. Although she was somewhat mentally prepared before coming, she didn't expect it to be so sudden. Yes, immediately. You just have to tell me what I will do. Zhu Maolin nodded. The strong professional aura made this young girl, who had yet to graduate from school, feel suffocated. She lowered her head and said, I'll do my best. Hearing such an answer, Tboy couldn't help but shake his head secretly. If Zhu Maolin, as the leader, didn't say that he wanted a cheap and unfamiliar face, it wouldn't be suitable to find such a newcomer at this juncture. But Zhu Maolin's gaze still pressed on the little girl in front of him, and he didn't say a word. Xiaolu's fingers scratched each other under the table. Then she stood up with her head lowered. I'm sorry, I'm bothering you. She had already seen Tboy's disqualified look. Where are you going? Zhu Maolin asked abruptly. I'm leaving. If you leave, who will shoot the film later? Zhu Maolin said indifferently, Should I do it? Really? Xiaolu was shocked. Her eyes widened, looking at the scary manager in disbelief. Zhu Maolin just said indifferently, Tboy, I'll give you 5 minutes to print the script, and then you have 40 minutes to explain to her. After an hour, let the makeup artist come to the set. Start shooting officially at 2:30 in the afternoon. Hurry up. Manager, this is meal time? Tboy said with a bitter face, Manager, don't you want to eat? On the way. Zhu Maolin said directly, Bring her a meal too. Remember, we are at war with time. Go. Okay. Watching Tboy take Xiaolu, who had not completely woken up from the selected state, out of the door, Zhu Maolin quickly packed up the things on the table. I can't stop time. I can't. Outside the floor where the advertising company was located, simply speaking, in the air outside the 19th floor, Taisetsu, who was drinking Master X's iced black tea, floated here. While practicing his flying ability, he watched the performance of the guest here and another guest. That was the fledgling model, Xiaolu. Of course, Xiaolu's original body was number 18, but why was it like this? Let's start from last night. Didn't you say that men just don't want to go home sometimes and just want a little free space? Number 18 said in a voice that made Taisetsu feel very harsh and heart-piercing. The floating black soul messenger duo was outside Zhu Maolin's home. And even between husband and wife, sometimes quarreling and then having Cold War for a few days is normal. As an experienced person, Taisetsu obviously had a lot of excuses. Really? Number 18 sneered. If it's just a Cold War, will his wife prepare breakfast for him every day, knowing that he will come home late? Will she put slippers at the door? Will she tidy up his suit and tie before going out during the day? Taisetsu sighed. Well, this couple is indeed a little cold. By the way, didn't you say that you have the ability of the past dream? If I use it, I might be able to find the root cause, right? It's my freedom to use it or not. Number 18 said indifferently, I naturally have my own way. In addition, since it's teaching, I will teach you how to do the basic guidance method. How? Taisetsu asked curiously. Number 18 sneered sinisterly. However, the laughter gradually became peaceful from the gloomy coldness, and finally became pleasant like a silver bell. Dressed in a black robe, with a face full of fog, the old witch who was as terrifying as the owner of the candy house in the fairy tale disappeared. Instead, it was replaced by the tall, pure and lotus-like Xiaolu. Number 18 smiled and said, like this. Big sister, isn't this the most unconventional honey trap? Taisetsu was taken aback. Although he felt that number 18 looked really good like this, he was not necessarily surprised. Back then, when he was still in the club, he fought for territory, fought with enemies, and did everything. Although Taisetsu would not take the initiative to use women, he would not necessarily reject it. Okay, are you going to let Zhu Maolin cheat on you? Number 18 sneered. Then she ignored Taisetsu. I still have things to do. You can go do whatever you want. Tomorrow I will appear directly in front of the investor like this. After speaking, number 18 turned into a black smoke and left. Taisetsu sighed at this moment and muttered, This Luocho asked me to follow number 18. Is he messing with me? Taisetsu shook his head. He glanced at the couple sleeping back to back in a room from the outside. He was about to leave. When he passed by another room next to him, he suddenly stopped and took a look. Empty. This was a room with nothing in it. Xiaolu and Tboy were in the car, busily discussing the shooting. Zhu Maolin also drove his own car and headed towards the shooting location. Taisetsu followed him all the way. He needed to provide number 18 with Zhu Maolin's movements at all times. Ho Chen Yuhan had returned to her ceramic art classroom because the students were waiting for her. If there was no class here, she didn't know what to do. All of this disappeared under Luocchio's wave of his hand. It was like a layer of illusion spread out in front of Luocchio like a calm water surface. Number 18, it seems that you are in trouble. The servant girl held a teacup on a plate and sent it to Luocchio. Dream of the past. Boss Luo said indifferently, if there is no real hatred carrier in the heart, there is no way to touch the other party's thoughts. From this point of view, number 9's ability is more comprehensive. Yu Yi said softly, but in contrast, you can find something deeper in the mind through the dream of the past. Number 18 and number 9 are different, so the direction of the abilities they choose is naturally different. Why did Master deliberately choose this investor who is not good at dealing with number 18? Is it really not suitable? Luocchio suddenly asked. I think number 18 seems to be working hard. She prepared all night last night. She didn't even observe the 2 quasi-magicians in her game. Because this is the investor that Master approved. She smiled and said, number 18 naturally doesn't dare to neglect it. Boss Luo smiled without saying a word. Then he remembered something. By the way, is Xiaolu the original appearance of number 18? Yu Yi nodded. That's really good. Boss Luo smiled, then stretched and said, accompany me out for a walk later. Supermarket? Luocchio nodded and said, yes, today is a discount day. Besides, it's Christmas soon. Don't you plan to decorate our place? Then call Tei Yinzi and let him take the things. Yu Yi nodded. That's not necessary. Luocchio shook his head. The Lord God is now preparing for the Christmas Day event in the game world. He is busy enough. Then please allow Yu Yi to change her clothes. Miss Maid elegantly lifted her skirt. But at this time, the bell in front of the club suddenly rang. A woman with short white hair wearing leather boots and hanging a painting tube on her back walked in directly. As soon as she came in, she said generously, Boss, first a bottle of beer, then something delicious. With that said, a gray ball of light flew toward Boss Luo, and the white-haired woman continued, This is the money for the beer. I just killed one on the way. Luocchio simply took the ball of light, then waved his hand. Miss Maid didn't say anything and went to prepare. But before leaving, she took a look at the woman with short white hair, Nero. Miss Nero, long time no see. Boss Luo waved his hand to pull out the chair next to Nero, but Nero seemed to prefer to sit on the table facing Boss Luo. She chuckled and said, "It seems that you don't like to see me. We welcome guests with open arms." Luocchio shook his head. Nero squinted and said, "Really? But why did I feel like I was about to die when your beautiful little maid looked at me just now?" "That must be your illusion.